Thank you very much. The Center for Development of Youth Activism has existed for 12 years or so. We help our youth to become responsible citizens of our society. We offer them training sessions, education, etc. We are active in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have some external associates, and we are active in more than 15 towns in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We focus on the development of activism and volunteering, and we try to prevent corruption in education. And in the past few years, we have been focusing on the development of media literacy. And implementing this program, we had an opportunity to participate or to offer to our beneficiaries two projects. Policies are our policies, and it's we are an NGO established in 2006. The aim of our organization is to promote and to present our citizens with the full entire right to safe life. Montenegro as a stable country is a stable country with the full-fledged membership in the NATO alliance. We work in 4 directions. We work with the youth within the local communities, we do analysis, and we provide statistical data in terms of the relationship of Montenegro with the EU and the NATO, and we also focus on the issues in traffic. Our director is Mr. Miloš Perović. We have 16 professional associates, so to say. We have over 130 volunteers. I would like to say that we were the best volunteering club in Europe for 2019. We are a member of the SEMI network group. We are also a member of the regional IRIS group and the European Central Forum. Thank you. Goran? We are a non-profit organization, and it is our aim to create better communities and to promote intercultural dialogue among ethnic communities through education, volunteering, and similar activities. Also, we have all sorts of activities.
And the 4th one is youth empowerment, and the 5th one is peace building and culture. We mostly work with students in high school, so but we also develop and organize projects generally on youth aged from 14 to 29. So, but our main target group is in high schools, where we implement activities, and also the activity that we implemented in the framework of MIL was with high school students.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have pretty wide range of the topics you deal with in your daily work, as you've just said. human rights, interethnic dialogue, relationships with EU and NATO, forming networks of young people all over Bosnia and Herzegovina in your example. So the question would be, how do you basically deal with MIL in the context in which you work? Does it have to be a specific project where you target youth with educations, trainings, whatever it is, or is there a way to consider MIL as a part of different activities you do, not necessarily related directly towards these projects? Maybe we can go the other way around, so you can begin, Elliot.
Well, first, we integrated MIL into our current activities and also projects. For example, the first activity that we implemented in training of our volunteers was with our youth that is active in our center. So we first I was training in the online program about youth organizations, and later on I organized the activity with the youth that is active and the most active part in our city. So but we also implement youth in other projects that we are currently organizing or implementing. For example, we have like a big project that we are currently implementing in 2 high schools in Tirana, and we follow up two gymnasiums for 3 years. So we have like a target group of 500 students, high school students, which we conduct training every week on them, and it's put like an elective curricula on gender-based violence. And on this project, we also integrated MIL. So one session for all the students was about MIL, and it's our aim is to repeat it every year. So considering that it's not something that you will only organize it once and it ends there, but it's important to organize it every year, because most of the knowledge will be forgotten, or new skills are needed to conduct and also to tackle. Also, the problems are different every year, and the thematics are important to regenerate. So in this aspect, we integrate MIL in our policies, but also in our activities and projects that we are currently implementing.
Great, thank you very much. Let's hear the next speaker.
ЦИТ исто така работи со тренинги со обуки на оваа тема, посебно со оваа програма, каде што вклучуваме и надворешни експерти, не само внатрешни, тие што сме посетувале тренинг. Исто така имаме и повеќе од 3 активни проекти надвор од тоа во врска со медиумска писменост, на која што работиме.
This topic, namely the MIL. We work on it together with young people, with our volunteers, but also with people who are over 29 years of age. And we also have some people from other countries. I would like to greet the idea to base on the MIL, and I think it's very useful for the present but also for the future. 2 years ago, our authorities in Montenegro changed, and the situation in the society has changed, and we have certain problems with regard to disinformation, misinformation in our media space. If these are some insignificant pieces of information, like the wrong number of the bus, that's something you can deal with. But if it's something more important, then we have a problem. Whenever we have some incident or some situation, there are at least 3 sides that are very active on the social networks, offering a plethora of comments, and these comments are not very nice usually, and they degrade our society. So that's why I agree the idea to talk about the MIL. And I think that perhaps not today, but in 10 or 15 years, the MIL will change the situation, not only in Montenegro, but in the Balkans. Well, we are in charge of establishing a network of 7 countries in the Western Balkans and Turkey. We have gathered 55 youth organizations, and in the past 2 years, we've tried to improve their capacities, to strengthen their capacities for MIL, so that they can develop their tools and instruments for MIL on their own. And we wanted them to be able to use the skills that they have achieved and to the benefit of the society. We implement MIL. We actually incorporate MIL in all our projects. So these 55 organizations that are part of the network, they have adopted the strategy committing to developing MIL as a concept in their organizations.
That's within the training or the course you're doing about gender-based violence, you have implemented one session that distributes about it, discusses the topic of MIL. How would you describe the relationship of youth towards this topic? Is it something that they think like they generically know because they're online, you know, they have all these social media accounts, they read news, why would they need to be more literate than that? Or are they open for possible new informations, skills on how to find their way there?
Well, it depends. Sometimes they may have this approach that they know everything, because it's also common for youth to pretend to think that they know everything. But just because you have information doesn't mean that you have a good or true information. I mean, this is a danger also for us, not only for youth in high school, but it's also for us in university, because it's difficult to find trustful resources and good literacy to trust and to be very factual. Because you have in nowadays we don't suffer for the lack of information. We suffer because there is too much information, and it's difficult to differentiate what is true information and what is good information. Because it's not enough just to read something, but it's important to understand it and to reproduce it. That's what critical thinking is. That's why it's important to have critical thinking while reading and while also navigating on the internet. Because also, even though it's a very good tool, internet and all these apps like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, but if are not used properly, and it's always possible to be in danger. And I mean in a real danger. It's always this thing with online bullying, for example. So one wrong step that you can take on those online platforms, it can also like literally ruin your life. And that's why it's always important to make them aware of this situation on this danger. I mean, at first they have this approach, but after explaining the diverse ways of differentiating the good and the true facts, it's they are open to learn new things, because it's an important and it's interesting topic also for them. I mean, because they somehow they also understand the risks and also all the dangers that are online, because I think every one of them has somehow faced a danger, so they are somehow aware of these problems. But it's difficult to work with youth, because it's not enough just to say that this is the right information. It's important always to make this good information attractive to them, because for them there are so many options, and they are easily getting bored. So if you are getting boring, you are out of their side, and you are out of play. So it's important to find their own what they like, and to represent it in their ways. For example, we have always used those interesting or cool online campaigns that are attractive to youth, because with always just stating information is getting boring for them, and no one is ever more reading information like long text and long paragraphs online. They are more attractive now to images and to figures and to quick scene and just reading in 4 or 5 seconds. So it's important to adapt to the methodology of youth, but also to their interests, because it's difficult. Just because you have the right information doesn't mean that they will embrace you and say, okay, you are the Messiah and we will wait for you. So it's Thank you for this good information. I mean, it's important to be on their level and to be on their foot and to represent it the way they want to hear it.
Yes, we have very little attention, a very little span of attention, actually. And we need to use it the right way if we want to deliver the message. Thank you, Elliot. Jovana, would you say there are some specific experiences that you've acquired while working on the topics of MIL? Is there something that you've learned that youth is more interested in than in other things from this topic? Is what it is for you that's most valuable part of this process, and perhaps that you could share with other young people working on these topics?
Младите генерално, како што кажа Елиот, не сакаат многу да учат, па така пробавме со стега.
Are not really keen on learning and studying. So we do use all sorts of tools to engage them, and although they think they know everything or they think they know a lot, this program helps them to actively participate and helps them find the content that would be of value for them. We try to to teach them how to think critically, how to recognize fake news, and how to recognize something that would be of interest for them. Some of them do, some of them don't, but certain schools can.
Before another question, so what are the ways that you use MIL in your organization?
Ways we use storytelling.
Oh, it's okay.
In English. The media and information literacy is an integrated set of competencies that help people to maximize advantages and minimize harm in the new information, digital and communication landscapes. Media and information literacy covers competencies that enable people to critically and effectively engage with information, other forms of content, institutions that facilitate information and diverse types of content. And this use of digital technologies. Capacities in these areas are indispensable for all citizens, regardless of their age or backgrounds. So in this time of internet era, online space and availability of information response to disinformation and misinformation requires a combination of critical information. Media and digital literacy. Faced with the choice between privacy and safety on the internet, between freely expressing themselves and the ethical use of information, the media and technology, women, men, young boys and girls need new types of competencies. Media and information literacy offers these competencies. Education for all must therefore include media and information literacy for all.
Okay, thank you. That was a very, very broad definition of media and information literacy, but it is useful to remind ourselves here and there. Okay, my next question for you, Goran, would be knowing all these political and social variables present in Montenegro, how important do you think it is to develop critical thinking among youth?
It is very important. To be honest, we started to teach I'm 26 years old, and I'm not that old, so they can still
Very
work.
old.
They can still, they can still work with me. But let's say for me, that part is too late. The new generations that are coming, the future is coming, so we need to work with them from the day one. So for not next 5 years, 10 years, for the 15, 20 years, Montenegro will be media. We have good media literacy.
Okay, thank you. I like it how you say it in English for this answer.
Easier for me.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. As I asked our first two speakers, what have you identified to be some specific needs of youth when it comes to media and information literacy? I mean, not necessarily like through a project analysis, but more through experience, through your communication.
Mladi ljudi,
well, young people didn't have very specific knowledge when it comes to media information literacy, and well, they do have an access to social networks and platforms and news, which, but sometimes they are not able to recognize, to distinguish between fake news, and they sometimes they are not able to analyze. They couldn't actually analyze, those contents. And having analyzed this, we tried actually to empower them in that very field, that they be able to recognize what is true, what is not true, that they be able to recognize the dangers being out there in social medias when it comes to dissemination of hate speech, etc. So that they be able to use acquired knowledge and be able to consume actually news in a very proper manner.
At all. I mean, for example, artificial intelligence is a topic that we like a lot of training and also knowledge, because we understand the concept, but we don't understand what we are facing really and what good and bad tools may be used. So in this aspect, it's very important to learn with very good basis what we are dealing with and what are the new changes of this new world that we are facing. And the second one, after doing this, which is the first step, I think it's important to develop online campaigns, but also trainings on site with youth. And one methodology that we use is peer-to-peer education, because when dealing with youth, it's very difficult of this age gap barriers. I mean, in some cases, you may have a very good knowledge and you may be very well prepared for the topic, but because of the difference in ages, it's difficult for them to gain the information for you because of this barrier and all the things that they put in between. So it's important that we also use this methodology a lot, and we train a group of activists or peer educators at first that are more involved and more eager to be engaged in such topics. So we know that they don't have those kind of barriers, and we use them to transmit the information to their peers because it's more easy, because they can refer stories from the daily life. They can get more into their perspective and into their their feelings, because it's important also to understand their feelings. As I said, it's not enough just to have the right information. It's very while working with youth, is the most critical thing is how to conduct that information to them and how to sensitize them, because it happens often that you say or conduct the training, but they are not sensitized, or they learn theoretically, but they don't put into practice what they learn. So it's important to find ways and innovative ways how to make the youth to implement the things that they are learning, because it's important not to stay just in theory of delivering those messages and those activities. It's important to have like proper citizens tomorrow that are aware but are also putting into practice what they have learned. And this is one methodology that we have used, and it's kind of effective. I don't know, there can be other methodologies. Online courses are one good example. That is the web page that is and the platform that is created. I mean, it's also interesting for youth because they use those tools a lot and are more quick, and nowadays they don't like a lot the human interaction. So sometimes they can feel more comfortable learning from a computer. So it's something to be seen, also this aspect.
And you mentioned that sometimes it happens. I mean, it happens with all different topics, but when we speak about this one, it happens that youth does take this theoretical knowledge but does not put it into practice. Why do you think this happens? Is it about the model of transferring knowledge? Is it about their general interest? Is it about them thinking they already are doing it in the right way?
No, this is a topic that has a lot of I don't know, different actors to take into consideration, because it's not that you can change their identity or personality or change the world with just one training. It's needed constant work with youth. And for example, in one project about gender-based violence, we work with youth for 3 years, every week. So, and still there are a lot of good changes, but there are students who don't change. And this is to be accepted, because you can change everyone and everything. I mean, there will always be someone or a lot who don't want to get this information, or just stay calm during the classes for the sake of being there. But at the end, they don't behave like they learn the information. So there are a lot of cultural factors, for example, because we have them just for one hour at week, but their parents have them every day. So their other peers are with them for 5 or 6 hours a day. So there are always different factors that are affecting their mentality and also their education. It's not just us, because we are doing. I mean, there can always be room for improvement, to be real. But we are doing our work as best as we can, and learning and embracing new methodologies and trying to be innovative. But sometimes it's difficult. There are a lot of cases of success, but there are also cases when you don't see like that big change that you were looking at the beginning of the project. I mean, it's not every time everyone a story of success. There are also stories that just normal people who don't want to learn anything. Yes.
Okay, I think it's really.
And we need to accept that sometimes, and to be real.
Yes, I agree, and I think it's really important to talk about this segment as well, because often when you come into these projects, you truly do it because you expect a miracle to happen and you believe in it, or you at least expect that every young person that goes through will be affected. But sometimes, I mean, you cannot influence this. But I think like the overall conclusion is that working with as many young people as possible kind of makes the room smaller for those who will not be affected by what you do.
So we need to increase the target group, and we need to increase the working hours.
Yes.
So it's not that you trained one youngster once a year and you did your job. I mean, the information will just fade away. But also you need to increase also the target group, because their peers affect each other. So if one youngster is the only one who is literate about media and information, and the other 25 in class are don't want to hear about this topic, he will get or she will get struggle with that, and we will embrace the majority. So we need to tackle the majority, but also to work a lot more with the majority.
Yes, that's why basically the ideal system would be probably to have media and information literacy in formal education, and then youth organizations to be some kind of a supportive process that offers
or counseling or monitoring.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ivana, what do you think? How connected is media and information literacy with all of these social aspects that you work with through your organization? For example, once again, you've mentioned interethnic dialogue. How much do media influence the way we create our opinions about other ethnicities? How important it is in that sense to be literate, to know when information are propaganda, when information are politically manipulated?
Да, наистина много е вклучено тоа, посебно дезинформациите во интеркултурниот диалог, односно Куманова, нели, бидејќи е меѓуетничка заедница. Меѓутоа се трудиме на секој можен начин, затоа нели сме дел од програмата, да можеме на младите да им дадеме еден друг вид на перспектива, од која страна што ќе можат да видат за што станува збор. Заедно нели со соработка со други останати од формално образование, средни училишта, каде што организираме на различни работилници, заедно со меѓуетничките училишта, каде што можеме нели, како што реков, да им дадеме друга перспектива, бидејќи навистина се има случувано да доаѓа до конфликт, на жал, поради вакви дезинформации.
And how do young people react when you organize these kind of activities? Do you have young people who sometimes for the first time get to hear a different perspective?
Да, најчесто гледаме да ги земеме во предвид младите кои што не биле дел од вакви обуки, додека пак младите кои што веќе посетувале некои обуки да бидат присутни, да можат некое свое искуство да споделат. Меѓутоа, искрено сметам дека треба да се вклучат повеќе како експерти новинарите во оваа тема, да ги вклучиме, бидејќи тие имаат многу подиректен пристап нели со целава ситуација. Не мислам че должно почит на формалното и неформалното образование, сепак тие пак се поголеми експерти од нас.
Okay, thank you very much. But I completely agree. There are experts in the formal education, but also I think there is a lot that youth organizations can provide, exactly because of what Elliot mentioned. Young people can identify a lot with you, probably more than with their teachers. My next question will be again for you, Goran, and again trying to kind of go into the broader context of why youth and MIL are very linked to each other. You said that in Montenegro, we all know less or more that it has been politically very interesting in the last couple of years. Let's phrase it like that. Yes. And with all of this, young people, when we speak about media and information literacy, we speak about skills that are used to increase democratic participation. And when things like this happen, then you expect also that young people will be involved in political processes in this or that way. When you have this political drama ongoing, then you also need to have right sources of information to know what is really happening. And how would you say young people can find such sources in Montenegro? Do they have the skills to, when you have the governments being, being removed, then re-elected, removed, it's really probably hard for a lot of young people to understand what's actually happening and how to understand the process.
To be honest, I don't know, do they know what's happening?
Okay.
Because every 10 days something new, something changed. The problem is Montenegro is that all the young guys are leaving Montenegro. Mm-hmm. And it's not, for example, we will organize a camp conference and it will come 20 young guys. We don't have problem.
I hope girls as well, not only guys. Yes, okay.
It's not a problem with them. They will try. They will do their best. And I know that they will do best for themselves and for Montenegro. And for let's say normal life in Montenegro. We live in democracy. Let's put that. Now I'll quote Winston Churchill. I don't know will I do that. Democracy is the worst form of government, but it's better than all others. Like that. So the vote, my vote, and someone who is highly educated is the same. Young people are living in Montenegro, and who is left behind are those, to be honest, who don't care. Because someone who care, he don't want to spend his time and he don't want to work for a small amount of money in Montenegro. As soon as he gets papers, he's leaving Montenegro. So there's a less and less youngsters, sorry for that, youngsters who are willing to take a pedal and do something about it. A lot of changes have been in Montenegro, and we are confused with all these informations because you have three sides. One say yes, one say no, the third one said maybe. So you're staying in the middle, like you're in the fog. You don't know where to go, and everybody's following his leader. The problem is, if I don't agree with your opinion, I won't say that I won't agree. I will say that you are something, you are bad, you are against me, you want to murder me, you want to move me from my hometown, I'm defending my people, especially politicians in Montenegro, are using that people are not informed, and the people are, sorry for that word, but I need to use it. They're like sheep, and they will follow everything what they say. So if they tell them the biggest lie, they will follow the biggest lie because it was told by their higher form, let's say so. One part, second part, third part, fourth part, and it's just more and more parts. As I said before, those things will change when the completely new generation comes. But when I say completely new generation come, I mean people who are born exactly in the 2018, 2019. We still have consequences from the war. I'm not the war child as I was born in 1996, but still we have those topics all around. My hometown is Nikšić, and especially in these last 3 years, there was a lot of hate speech. And a lot of disinformation who are affecting the young people to hate. I come from a mixed marriage, and I'm not learned to hate. But there is a lot of people, a lot of young guys who don't know why somebody hates someone. They just heard from the father, from this, from the priest, from this. They are bad, you know, and they put that in their head. And 10 years after, when they get 35, 40, they ask themselves, why do we hate it? But it's too late then. When you're young, you need to do some changes. Later, those changes are not effective as when you have in the full power, let's say so.
Okay, I think you gave us a good insight into broader social consequences that, among other things, are created by fake news, disinformation, manipulation with information, perhaps the most. And I do understand, like always, there's a frustration between young people because you perceive some categories of society to be not educated enough to be able to understand these processes. But instead of being angry at them, what it is you think that young people can do to provide knowledge and capacities to young people? How can they help all of those who just blindly follow what they hear in the media? How can they help them understand that truth can be found in other places besides statements of politicians?
To be honest, it's a very tough mission. We Montenegrins are famous, especially the guys from Cetinje, are like a stubborn people. And when they get one information, that one information is for the rest of the life. I don't want to listen to you, I don't want to listen to you, I don't want to listen. They told me this is it, that's it. There's a lot of, as I said, if you get 20 youngsters here, it's not a problem with them. You can speak with them, they're open. The problem is the people, I don't want to call them like that, but low educated people. I don't want to call them like that, but I hope that you know what I mean. that will follow the flag. I like to say that will follow the flag. You cannot reach them. To be honest, you cannot reach them. If you're trying, especially if you're talking about Christianity, religion, and stuff, you cannot speak about it. Not to make some changes. I'm telling you facts which are surrounded by me.
Yeah. Which, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We know what you meant. Okay.
As I told you before, I would like to live in paradise. Montenegro is a beautiful country. We don't have too many citizens. We should be all rich. We should have all safe life. But generation of my father and a little bit below that, you cannot change. My generation, 50-50. If you want to make a stable democratic country, you need to work with the young guys, because we are the new country which got independent in 2006.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's only 16 years. For 16 years, you cannot do anything. So we just need a time and to work with the young guys. New.
Okay.
All new. All.
Okay, that means that a lot of energy needs to be focused on younger generation. But you know, what bothers me also here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we used to say that things will change when younger generations come, and then now you have young people in politics who indeed it is, but we now get to witness that the change does not come by itself necessarily when you have younger instead of older. But okay, we will not go so deep into these topics. I'm allowed back to a question with you. You have told us about the processes of gathering very much a significant network of organizations, of young people are trying to strengthen the capacities of organizations to work on MIL. And what would you say is the future path that the whole system needs to take, including the formal education, the non-governmental organizations, like to create a synergy between these different parts to provide a best approach?
Tako je. Nevladna organizacija, odnosno civilno društvo je zaista pogodno tlo za razvoj medicinske informacijske pismenosti, ali bilo bi još bolje kada smo bili svi u nekoj sinergiji, počevši od osnovnih srednjih škola, univerziteta, pa čak i starih dobi, jer evo vidjeli smo neke organizacije su imale aktivnosti gdje su u staračkim domovima u susretu sa starijim ljudima implementirali određene aktivnosti kojima su jačali njihove kapacitete u oblasti medicinske informacijske pismenosti. Ta sinergija nam je zaista potrebna kako bi ta oblast medicinske informacijske pismenosti zaista bila što jača.
Thank you, Amela. And to continue with another question.
I have really learned a lot. It has been a great pleasure and honor to be part of this network. It was really good to work with different organizations, with journalists. Alma will tell you more about it. This project was implemented in the period of the pandemics, and that was one of the major challenges that we had to face. But we also had an opportunity to get in touch with different organizations, to meet our colleagues from Turkey, from Albania. And what is my personal gain are the skills. When we speak about personal skills, I can say that using the media competencies and MIL, we strengthened our organization. We raised our organization to a higher level, perhaps. We created some new content that we offered to our beneficiaries, and finally we strengthened its.
What are your personal? What is the most valuable thing and the knowledge for you personally through this process?
Well, at first I have learned a lot for myself, because also during my daily work on conducting trainings with youngsters, we use a lot of information and a lot of guidelines. So it's important also for us to be aware of this trustful information and what is fake and what is true. So we have learned a lot, and during our it has like a positive and indirect effect on our daily work, because we are more aware of how to gain proper information and how to be more careful on delivering this information to the youngsters. But it was also interesting for me to see the perspective of youth, especially in high school youth, because I'm a university student. I mean, it's not like a very big gap, but there is, with the rhythm that the world is changing, and especially the technology and the social media is changing, there is a significant gap between university and high school students. So it was also for me interesting to learn their point of view and to see how their reaction to this information would be. So it is an important lesson to gain, and also to use it in the framework of delivering more qualitative trainings in the future.
Did it change, like everything that you've learned through the process, did it change the way you behave, for example, online?
Yes, I mean, especially on the online media, because I'm now more aware of how to distinguish false or fake news or information, because also in Albania is this problem that we have a lot of online medias. I mean, it's like a trend. Everybody who has access to internet opens online media and publishes information, and it's difficult to filtrate the right information, because previously with the traditional media there was like hierarchy on delivering the information. So there were journalists, there were people who were seeing the writing before, or the article before going published, and now it's just using copy paste. I mean, you get the information from somewhere and you paste it and you just share it online. And this, especially the fake news, is shared more quick. Yes. So it's because it's those sensationalism. And if a news is it has something, bombastic on it, and it's often shared by everyone, even if it's not true. So in this aspect, it's also important for us to learn what is true and what is false as an information, and to be more aware, because even without knowing, we are misinformed or bad informed. So it requires a certain amount of skills also to distinguish this information in this ocean of information that now is on online media.
Thank you very much. Jovana, the same question would go for you. Has this changed everything that you're doing? Has it changed the way you define yourself in the online space?
Jedan od mnogobrojните benefiti što možem da ги споменам е всъщност цврстувањето на потенцијалот меѓу младите и медиумската информацијска писменост, како и всушност целокупниот.
The media literacy and the entire set of these skills help us raise awareness of misinformation, disinformation, and it helps us a lot, both to us in the NGO sector and to people in different sectors. And at this day and age, when we have a lot of fake information, well, they should be aware of the existence of fake news, of disinformation.
Goran, when dealing with media and information literacy, what would you say is something that is very significant to you personally and that might be useful to be shared with others?
In my opinion, the worst enemy of society today is Instagram, to be honest.
Okay, it's not any politics, Instagram itself.
Instagram itself, starting from there, because we need to change ourselves if we're going to change something. There's a lot of people who are living fake lives, who are taking pictures with just to take a picture like they've been somewhere, which they're living their fake lives.
Okay, but it doesn't really fall into the topic of media and information literacy.
The beginning, it's the
beginning of the end. Okay. But speaking of Instagram, try to kind of put it in the context of media and information literacy, it also is a place where fake news can get distributed. You are speaking about this concept of an ideal life that exists there, but unfortunately that's not the topic of this panel, so we will not go into that.
It's just the beginning, it's going one by one. So I'm comparing Instagram with the fake news because everything online, I mean, not everything, 90% is fake, including those people and including fake news. So, for example, as I said before, after we changed our government, we have a lot of influence from Serbia. And from the Serbian newspapers, which have a huge number of fake news on the front page. How to stop that? Not in government, so I don't know. It's better not to say. I don't want to say that. I want to keep that for me.
Okay, but that's something to think about as well. Okay, then do not say it. I completely support that decision. Amela, did the whole process change you and your attitude towards information and media?
Naravno, evo slušajući kolege, htjela bih samo možda opomenuti Goranu, možda ne možemo naravno sad poništiti.
They confirm what they have said. We cannot eliminate Instagram, TikTok and their negative influence, but we can teach the users of these platforms to use them properly, adequately. We can focus their attention to proper content, adequate content, rather than let them listen to influencers. We should actually strengthen their competencies, strengthen their media literacy. And as for the use of the MIL, the members of my organization apply that in their everyday work, and we also have MIL as a concept as in the cooperation with our partners.
Thank you to you, dear audience, for your questions. I know you will have a question. You have time. Okay, seriously, no pressure, but do we have the microphone? I know you do. I know you were prepared, man. Can we have the microphone? Yes. Evo, treći red. Just begin speaking and the microphone will magically start to work. I promise.
Do you hear me?
I told you so.
So thanks for the amazing responses. I will jump immediately to the question, actually. I believe that organizations, civil society organizations, not to keep it like very restricted into NGOs, but civil society organization in general, serves also as a temple of thoughts, and they contribute in shaping the opinions and the knowledge, not only transfer knowledge, but also help their beneficiaries or participants to kind of invest into their self-critical thinking. And my question is, what do you think, which are the main topics that youth should be exposed to? Because having the knowledge of made information literacy is not enough, actually. I mean, if there are fake news, misinformation, disinformation, maybe youth can spot them, can like understand them, but at the same time, they also need to be informed and knowledgeable about what track of knowledge they should take on.
Okay, who wants to go?
I can go.
Okay.
So just to clarify your work, you are asking generally, not in the framework of MIL, right? What kind of topics generally needs youth to?
No, you need to use the microphone. Do not reject the microphone.
Actually, this is related to made information literacy because there are three components of such field, and the third one is creativity. So you also need to create content, but if you do not have the knowledge or you are not part of a school of thought, like let's say you are a neoliberal or democratic shaped person or a conservator. I mean, what kind of knowledge do need the youngsters in order to be able to create content?
Mm-hmm. In a media and information literate way.
Okay, so you should have a topic to talk about. Okay. First of all, I mean, I don't think there is like one magical topic that we can use about youth and to say, yeah, just learn about this and you'll be great in life. There is no such thing, but there is, I mean, everything that we use towards the target group should be evidence-based. So if every target group is different, even inside one country. For example, the youth of Tirana, or capital city of Albania, it's very different from the youth of different cities of Albania. And I think this situation is also common for other Balkan countries. So we need to have like a need analysis and a baseline assessment of their needs and their knowledge, because also the knowledge that will be conducted according to their needs and according to the information. I mean, you can't go to a youngster who is dropped out of school at an early age and to talk about different political education. I mean, there are priorities in that aspect, and you can't go to, for example, to a young poor family and to talk about, I don't know, something abstract topics without building their capacities and making and empowering them economically. So that's why things should be taken step by step in some aspects. But there are a lot of topics. For example, in Albania, one widespread topic that can be is democracy and human rights. That it's very important for young people to learn and to know their rights, to know how democracy works, and to be more engaged in civic participation, because we see this menefregism of youngsters towards politics and towards everything that happens around, mostly because, as same as in Montenegro, most of the youth is thinking about leaving the country and migrating. So this is another topic. But I mean, they need to be educated politically and to know their rights, to know the power that they have if they are joined together, and to be more active in conducting their rights. And I mean, the first thing is to vote. The participation in elections should be higher, for example, and this is one indicator that their education about politics is low. And it's lacking. There are a lot of other topics, but this came to my mind as one general one, because the other ones should be evaluated the target group. It's not that you can have one topic and go to everyone.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to add something to this question, to this answer, actually? You're good. Okay.
Explained everything.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, we have another question.
I have a question from the guy from Montenegro. I saw you are so connected with the political issues in your country.
Just a little bit louder.
I saw you are so connected with political issues in your country. So I would like to ask you what your organization did 2 years ago when your country was elected Albanian prime minister for the first time, and what you did against fake news that invaded all the region. Thank you.
We are not we're not a governmental organization.
You need to approach the microphone a bit.
Can you say that again, please?
I think I can. I think the question was, did your organization react in any way when there was a spread of fake news 2 years ago? When
2 years ago, I wasn't here, so I don't. To be honest.
A very diplomatic answer. I'm kidding. Yes. Okay. A legit answer. Okay. Any more questions? Yes. Can you please pass the microphone to the first row? Teamwork, yes, thank you.
Magic Mind. Well, not that one, but this. Thank you, everyone, for a great panel so far. I would just like to ask you, in your experience working with the younger people, I apologize. Have you noticed there's any differences between younger people coming from urban areas versus rural areas? Do these children or younger people living in more remote areas have equal opportunities and access to platforms related to MIL? And is there an equal opportunity for them to learn and study these issues as children and youth coming from cities? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Who would like to answer? Okay, thank you. Maybe do you need to say? Are you going to answer? Yes.
Znači, naša organizacija radila je sa 55 organizacija iz 17 zemalja regiona I uključivala je pretežito mlade ljude, odnosno omladinske organizacije.
Included mostly young people. And we didn't see any significant differences in this regard. But if you look at different projects, volunteering projects and peer violence, etc., there are some differences there in these areas. All the projects should be used in order to empower young people, to strengthen the media literacies. And I believe that our organizations will stick to the principles that we have agreed on together.
Youth that lives in rural areas, but they somehow find out, they get to the disinformation quickly when they go to school. For the other question, I think it was if they have the same rights to, yes, because we work with people with fewer opportunities. So they, of course, join our trainings and workshops and stuff.
May I also?
Yes.
Well, personally, I think that there is a big difference also in opportunities, but also in mentality, because I'm taking into consideration, for example, Tirana. Most of the youngsters in Tirana, just talking about civil society projects or trainings, have been in a lot of trainings and a lot of training programs. So, and sometimes it's also difficult to find new youngsters in the capital city that have not participated in any training. But when you go to a remote village or any city beyond Tirana, it's you find youngsters that don't even know what the concept of civil society organization is. And also in mentality, I mean, there is a big difference, because having access to different opportunities changes your mentality, and with lacking those opportunities, it also it gives you on mentality. Basically, you will have the mentality of your parents, basically speaking, because that's the only source of information and the peers that you have there. So it's difficult. For example, we see the way young girls and women are treated in villages is different than the way are treated in capital city of Tirana. So this is the first thing that comes to my mind. But there are a lot of changes and disbalance in this aspect, because most of the investments and also the civil society and international projects are concentrated in big cities, because it's easy to work sometimes and it's easy to implement the activities, and in rural areas sometimes may be challenging this topic, but the impact that you have in rural areas is way bigger, because the index of change is more significant, and you can see the change just right away after a 5-day training or a school or a summer or winter camp.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one more question.
Ja više ne znam na kojem jeziku pričam.
Bosnian or English?
English.
Oh, English.
Okay.
Yeah.
My question is connected with your actually results of the project, and I would like to ask you, what is the results that you are the most proud of? So it's for the colleagues from Montenegro and Albania.
Well, you speak generally about about MAL?
Yeah, about MIL. What do you think? What's actually the most important?
I think the most important thing about I am proud about, because it's a big word to say, but it's seeing youngsters in high school that are training their peers, so are talking about this topic to their peers, and seeing that they embrace the information and they got like mini experts in this topic, and they are now available to train other youngsters who it's more easy to gain the information, and they don't have this age gap that I already mentioned. I mean, this is the thing that I think is seen as a success, because they not only did they get the information, but they were also willing to share it with other peers and with other youngsters.
Thank you. And was it for the colleague from Montenegro as well? Yeah.
In high school, I had to choose a subject called Citizens Law, Rights of Citizens Law. I forgot the name. And in that class, 30 of us got 5 informations. One is fake, one is true, and we need to discuss about it. Unfortunately, that class is cancelled. I don't know why. My opinion, that was one of the best things if we are talking about this topic in the school. So that's it.
Okay. Any more questions? Please do not hit the microphone. Yes, okay.
Ja bih prije svega dao jedan komentar, moram da obranim kolegu iz Crne Gore u vezi pitanja.
Nismo ga ni napadali.
Pa ne mislim iz razloga što kod nas jeste stvarno politička situacija veoma interesantna, ali ono što je, da kažem, tragično.
What is quite tragic and comic in Montenegro? So any topic you discuss, be that it comes from institutions or civil society organizations, non-government sector, it has some kind of critical thinking. So their opinion is when it comes to this sector, non-government organizations, they criticize any process, but nobody listens to them. On the other hand, we have this bipolarity, and we have some non-government organizations that they support any government. So when we talk about the political situation and disinformation in Montenegro, there is an example of, based on a contract that was signed in Montenegro. So what happened back then? So we received recommendations, and Abazovic was criticized, but it is really a big a battle over there. Then they criticize, and then This is what I wanted to point out. I do agree with my colleague.
I would like to thank all of our panelists for their contributions, for sharing. I hope some of the other young people here, but people of other generations as well, have found some inspiration perhaps for their work. And thank you for your attention and your questions. We will be having a break now until 11:45. So please be here in your chairs a couple of minutes earlier, because at 11:45 we start with our next session. Thank you. Could you please take your seats so we can continue? Okay, so this panel session is named Case Study Youth Newsroom to Tackle Disinformation. And this session is supposed to be an examination of a specific activity which was implemented during the project Building Trust in Media in Southeast Europe and Turkey that is aimed at educating young people in this region about disinformation and about critically evaluating the information they consume. So I would like to invite the panelists to join me on stage, beginning with Ms. Alma Fezic, who is a project manager. I love how we added the applause thing. Who is a project manager at the Center for Development of Youth Activism from Bosnia and Herzegovina. We will also have as a panelist Ms. Rabia Polyazar, who is a journalist from Turkey. Please join us. From Montenegro, we have Mr. Emir Pilav, a journalist as well. From North Macedonia, Mr. Adrian Kerimi joining us. And Zaira Kustura, an activist and a journalist from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Okay, I love the enthusiasm that comes along with these announcements. Welcome to the panel discussion. And as I've said in the introduction, we'll try to get an insight into what is a youth journalist experience and perspective on the topics we're talking about. So let's begin with a question for you, Ms. Alma. So as I understand, you were working on projects that involved very specifically integrating media and information literacy into a journalistic work of young journalists. Would you say that, to begin with, young journalists are open for the idea that they need to have increased knowledge, skills, competencies in the area of media and information literacy?
Dobar dan, hvala vama prije svega, svim učesnicima, kako prisutnima, tako i onima koji nas prati putem Zooma. Jeste, tako je, ova mreža mladih novinara zapravo jugoistočne Europe i Turske nastala je kao jedna od aktivnosti
work in SEE region. So yes, my colleague just mentioned it. So this network in its 3 cycles, actually, because the project was implemented in 3 cycles, when it comes to its existence, it has gathered 44 young journalists. So, well, now I can say that yes, young people are interested in this very field, and that I think that they don't know it quite well, and they were somehow ready to get open and to learn something new. And with this new segment, really, we didn't have any problems when it comes to working with young people. They were willing to come to training sessions, to all those educational sessions offered, and then they produced actually various journalist materials, and we really faced no problems. We didn't come across it that they didn't want something, or we didn't see that they thought that they had known everything. So we really encountered no problems.
about this concept where journalists kind of move their work to the networks where youth mostly is present, such as Twitter, TikTok. Do you think obviously journalism needs to adapt if it wants to reach certain targeted populations, groups, consumers? And do you think that it's affects the integrity of journalism, or journalists can stay professional, highly ethical and everything else while adapting to the formats of these social networks?
Odlično pitanje. Znate kako, obzirom da sve više se tehnološki razvijamo, samim tim i novinarstvo nekako, htjelo to ili ne, mora da se adaptira tim promjenama. Kao što je koleginica pomenula u vezi tradicionalnog novinarstva, mi trenutno imamo jedan veliki razmak, taj gap između novinara koji su tradicionalno orijentisani, koji su više za, da kažem, taj hard copy news, i između, da kažem, novih novinara, mlađih novinara koji koriste ekspanziju društvenih mreža koje ste pomenuli za promovisanje svojih i aktivnosti, generalno izvještavanja i bavljenja novinarstvom uopšte. Samim time, kažem, što se brže razvijamo, time je manja provjera, time je veći rizik i za širenje lažnih informacija i za generalno pravljenje i saniranje eventualne štete koje može to da
correct harm that had been caused. So what I'm going to say, it is not popular when I share this with my colleagues. Unfortunately today, because in the era of digital tools and social networks, anybody can be a journalist. That is a problem. Our colleague from the previous panel mentioned that today anybody who has an access to internet can have a Twitter, TikTok page, or can report, can write about anything. And the worst thing is about this, and then now we enter into that area of journalists' freedoms, that nobody is held accountable. Nobody verifies all those pieces of information. And unfortunately, because there is a huge expansion of social networks, there are a plethora of fake news, and if you see it too many times, then it becomes true. And now we go back to this media and information literacy. So there are those who want to verify those facts, and the final product, what we end up with, we actually have this sensationalism, and you have those who report. We just keep piling up those news, whether they are true or not true, whether they can harm somebody, but this is not the issue. It's a huge challenge how to cope with all these issues. I hope that through this process, and when they are exposed to learning about media and information literacy and IT literacy, so really we have to work with young people, and we have to inform them, we have to actually educate them, because they are very progressive, that they do receive rapidly information, and then they consume it and they share it in a fast manner. They have to be literate about media, and in order to reduce that risk of disinformation and spreading disinformation, and it is impossible to completely prevent it from happening, and there is a huge risk, I have to say.
Than anything posted or published after it, which can be the truth, very hardly can reach the same amount of people or change the attitudes of those who already believed in the first news. So that's what you're speaking about. The damage sometimes is very hard to repair because news spreads so fast through social media.
Pa evo, veoma kratko ću vam dati jedan primjer skorije iz ličnog iskustva. Kao neko ko radi s omladinom, svake godine
working with youth. So every year I organize a month of animated film in my town. At the very beginning, I can say that well, you have pros and cons, so you have to be exposed to all that. But you always have some individuals, the way they commented, when they disseminate this festival, and they keep saying that, they satanize and don't speak positively about it. And now I go back to that. Many people will believe, that comment. Nobody's going to check out that information to verify it. And, damage is huge than the benefit of it. So this is a challenge that we really have to cope with on a daily basis. Thank you very much.
I believe that the content of the news stories it's not a question of education, but it's a question of security. So we believe that all the international institutions have raised this concern that the content of news stories should be considered as a matter of security, because it's no longer has to do merely with information, but also deals with consequences. In North Macedonia, I don't have a concrete case, but I have followed the media in Kosovo, in the region, what they've reported, and how well informed the youngsters are in these media. We should not forget that the problem of Kosovo with Serbia and what the youngsters received as news during the last 3 months for this political problem, on how the youngsters were, a point of view or perspective were reflected in the stories, and how hard they tried to actually follow what's the truth. To us, the information, it's beyond propaganda. It's going beyond propaganda and commercialism. So from what I heard here yesterday, and from what I've heard from all the experts here, now there is this attack on journalists as if they are the alpha and the omega of disinformation propaganda. So there is a huge difference between journalists and the media. And a colleague mentioned it, then on social networks, everybody becomes journalists. Well, no, they actually become media. So it is not difficult to become a media and to do so, but our content to transmit to the youngsters, it's not something to be taken example, because here we provide information that not only their brain is hard to process, but however, even the way their brain processes these things, that actually is a blowback on these democratic principles. So this is our, we should be responsible on what we present, on how we present it, and also the responsibility that we should take responsibility that no media in the region, they actually take responsibility on what they present and how they present it. I don't know of any media in the region that has taken responsibility during recent years on their content to the youth. So in Kosovo, in November, the top news stories was it whether the chicken or the egg question. So who threw the first stone, that is. This is to be ironic, but all the youth, so in all the classrooms, this was a question on, so we should actually raise above this level of discussion. We should have at least a slight level of control of the content that we publish. If we can't control or check the material that we publish, then it is very hard, much harder to actually check on the consequences. Simendon?
Needed prior to publishing and prior to making something a public topic and prior to initiating a topic being discussed. But what about those who don't have responsibility and they do not have any kind of sanctions for what they do, the unprofessional, unethical media? Then I guess the other side of the story is educating people to know and how to recognize such media, how to recognize such news, and how do you think Is there a way that young journalists could specifically influence young consumers of media in this context?
Jovana prekini që shumë të rëndësishme gjatë panelit kalum, që media literacy nuk mund bëhet pa gazetar. Pa mediat mund bëhet, pa gazetarët janë. Dhe është shumë e rëndësishme të themi atij
because it is very so the journalist should be so it is the journalists should also get involved in providing accurate information. So first of all, you should actually be first of all impeded from producing fake information, disinformation. So, but however, it's journalists themselves that should actually produce that amount of information that the people consuming this level of information, then they should be entrusted by the public. But however, it's not me personally actually that should actually tell to my readers that, listen, this is truthful or fake information. But however, yes, we need the media education in order to provide extra tools and extra mechanisms to fight disinformation. Okay, Adrian?
Translation. Saira, my question for you would be, what do you want to share about your experience in the youth newsroom? What are the insights you gained about journalism, about having a responsible relationship towards journalism, towards creating content?
Prije svega ja bih rekla da sam postala članica mladih novinara i upravo ovim mreženjem sa organizacijom CROA.
A member of the young journalist organization that worked with UNESCO that opened a lot of other possibilities where it is particularly emphasized how important it is to have accurate news, to have, and what it actually means to have the freedom of opinion, and as opposed to respecting other people and their opinions. So my greatest benefit, but I believe that it applies to other young people, is the fact that we have learned what boundary we should not cross in terms of freedom of expression, freedom of writing and publishing. An article may be necessary at a certain moment, but it should never degrade anybody. My friend and my colleague Emir Pilav from Montenegro and myself visited Uruguay in South America last year, and their center for young activism of youth, and it was an important experience, and it resulted in very important things. And at that occasion, we had an opportunity to talk to young people and to write about people who are experts in this field, people who report from the field, who report from the current crisis in Ukraine, people who deal or write about gender equality. Specifically, I was in charge of topics related to gender equality, but also I was part of a program related to cyberbullying. And I usually like to emphasize that here in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but I think it also applies to our neighboring countries or even some more developed countries, there is no law that defines what should do, what you must not do, and what the sanctions would be for those guilty of cyberbullying, especially of young people. Thank you, Tyra. I'm going to switch back to English.
To listen and learn from experts from different fields in the media, and the main topic of the conference was media freedom. What would you say, perhaps, have you noticed any examples of good practices, any valuable information when it comes to the general topic of media and information literacy that has been shared among countries, among experts, and that perhaps you have implemented in your work?
Pa prije svega u Urugvaju su bili dakle profesionalci iz Al Jazeera također koji su
Al Jazeera professional experts and reporters who shared their stories and the stories of their colleagues. There was a colleague of theirs who lost her life. It is a well-known story. So the main lesson that I learned there during that visit, but also is that people who are honest in their efforts to get to the bottom of things, to get to the truth, who want to present the situation as it is, these people literally risk their lives, and many people lost their lives because of this. And this fact alone tells us that in today's world that is dominated by propaganda, by nationalism, whether we like it or not, and it is dominant in all segments of our society and this so-called democracy. So if you have the chauvinism, nationalism that is dominant in education as well, it is very difficult then to stick to the truth and to remain humane as a journalist. It is difficult to get to the bottom of things. So personally, I became more aware of the importance of conveying accurate information, and at the same time, this is the world that keeps talking more and more about freedom of expression. And previously, you didn't have an opportunity to give your perspective of things as you can do now. But the fact is that this is the lowest level that we have ever had of high quality stories, accurate stories that are presented in the media. So it should be motivating for all of us who will work in this segment of society to be persistent. Thank you, Saira.
Value, I don't know what just happened. Well, the biggest value of being a part of the youth newsroom.
Bă, ce face și njerëz që kanë mentalitet pak më të hapur se sa nga ajo që shohin për ditë.
Then I experience in every day country I live. I live in North Macedonia, and the mentality of journalists there for this point of view, but not just for that, but also of experts and intellectuals, including from all the strata of population, is not in this level that I see here. So what I hear here gives me hope that people that have goodwill and a good idea above all can implement with a joint support. So it is very important for us to launch first steps, because if we start from one point, from point A, we get to point B. So, but there are people that still think in constructive ways, that they want to educate the younger generations, and they don't want to disinform or use it for commercial purposes, as often happens by the media. But above all, it gives me hope that the region there are different views in the region compared to 10, 15, 20 years, or even more recently, when other generations, older generations know better that what kind of opinions they had regarding others. So this regional initiative, it gives hope for the future. I believe that this will be a practice, a usual practice in the future. So people of goodwill, intellectuals with professionals can actually express their capacities and their ammunition, their professional ammunition, to fire their professional ammunition to educate the younger generations. I hope that this is the only way for us to be successful. There is no other way to educate the young other than cooperation. Mateusz.
What I would single out as the main thing here, reporting for the youth newsroom platform, together with all of my colleagues on the platform, we have actually had an opportunity to report on topics that we are interested in without being censored. So do not misunderstand what I'm saying. We are not writing text that insult anybody. It is just that we want to apply our critical thinking on decision makers, but also on the youth. That is actually the youth driver of any change in the society. And what singles out this newsroom platform from all other platforms is the fact that we had a fantastic mentor, Professor Asim, who is very professional in what he is dealing with, and he helped us a lot. And yet another value of this platform is the fact that we young journalists who report for this platform give room to people who cannot find room in their countries to present their truth. And unfortunately, the situation in Montenegro is such that there is no objective journalism. As much as Montenegro is a democratic country, an ecological country, etc., etc., but when it comes to objective reporting in the media, there is no such thing in Montenegro. There are always the media outlets that lean towards one wing, one side, others lean towards the other political wing, and those who try to remain in the middle, to be neutral, they do not survive long. So I think we have managed to produce some results in this regard, and I hope this will last, because people are not able to avoid being censored by decision makers, and the truth is not pleasant for everybody. And let me refer back to journalism in Montenegro. Sensationalist reporting usually implies fake news. And what degrades journalism as a profession in Montenegro, and what we are trying to avoid in the newsroom platform is the fact that there is no ethical behavior in journalism. The point is to have as many consumers as possible. The focus is on the dark side or dirty laundry of any given individual, and without having regard for the possible necessity of any piece of information, of any news. We in Montenegro and you in Bosnia and Herzegovina had a case where this dark side of reporting of social networks and these platforms led to a lethal outcome, unfortunately, of a boy in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We had a case some years ago in Montenegro where the media who favored one particular political wing exerted a huge amount of pressure on a person who posted that somebody bought their degree rather than earn it. So there was a huge pressure on this individual, and you had a snowball effect, and in the end this person got killed in a car, and nobody was held accountable for that. So people can try to act responsibility, but their freedom of speech should not be restricted. On the other hand, freedom of speech doesn't give you the right to stand in front of a room full of people and say something that is fake news. So we, in this newsroom platform, together with our mentor, our fantastic mentor, are directed towards efforts to restore ethical behavior and to restore the full glory of journalism. And the struggle is real, it is hard, but we will try to keep this platform alive, because this is the forum where we can share our stories. It is a platform with a decent amount of followers. If there are 200 views of a piece of news from Bosnia, from Turkey, from everywhere, if 200 persons read this story, a good story, then we have succeeded. So this is the place where we can share our position on different topics, and we try to put the spotlight on certain topics that we find important.
Misuse of the media space to remind ourselves how severe actually they can be. So it is very, very encouraging to hear that there is once again a group of young people fighting against all possible models of kind of damaging the value of journalism, of news, and I hope you'll keep doing the same work with the same relationship and the same emotions to what you do. Rabia, once again, the same question for you. What would you say are the things that were most beneficial and most valuable for you in this process?
Well, first of all, as Emir said, it was a free space to create for all of us, actually. So I'm really thankful for it, for all of the people that give us this space. So in Turkey, the media atmosphere is really chaotic, I would say, especially on the political side. As the censorship is a problem in a couple of ways, but auto-censor is a bigger problem, I would say, because there's an internalized fear of
everything and anything. So us Turkish people need another perspective. As a journalist, I can create that. That is not a problem. I can think like that. I'm not a criminal to think like that. So it's a really important sport for the people who like to create. And it's not just about the government in Turkey. That all of the mostly political organizations they create this information warfare. And when there is an information warfare, you don't know what side is true. You don't know what's the truth. And most of all, most of the people don't want to know which side is true. They are really happy in their comfort zone, their echo chamber. So if people like us don't create things that are free and that are not biased, they're not sponsored, they're not auto-censored or censored, it is really hard to see what's true and what's not. And most important thing, we are living in an age that is called the post-truth age, and there isn't any reality. There is lots of alternate realities, and people like to believe their own alternate realities, so their own version of the reality. And it is dangerous, but organization like this, Yacht Newsroom, give some space for people who like to create and who like to read, who like to inform. So it's really important, I would say. And it's a really good side of the problem of program also, that it is online, because when we like to reach young people, we need to do that via internet. It's not possible to reach them. I don't believe, the lessons, the schools, or like television and newspapers don't affect the young people that much, but the online platforms affect young people deeply, and they tend to believe the things they are seeing online. So it was really important. It's a really good chance for all of us. I joined the program through the pandemic, and all of the trainings, the meetings, everything was online, and it gave me hope in a time that is really like that felt like an end of the world. So yeah, thank you so much.
Great. That's a really that reminds us all, I think, of that period that we all thought was the end of the world, and it's a really good thing that you became a part of this newsroom and created and participated in such a group. I would like to ask you another thing. While you were speaking, you've said that a lot of people cannot differ the truth from the fake news and stuff like that, and I completely agree. I think even people who are educated in a sense of media and information literacy can be, let's phrase it, the victims of fake news sometimes, because if you have a media which you believe is credible, which posts at some point of time something that's a disinformation, you will probably take it for granted. And then on the other side, people do not have the time to daily check every information that's given to them. So how responsible do you think it is, once you establish an integrity that I believe that this youth newsroom has established, to keep the highly professional standards, to not lose the trust of your audiences? Is it hard? Does it create a feeling of pressure?
Well, I think it is really hard because the online journalism or these platforms, they do this mostly for the money, and the news that they spread, knowing the news are fake, they get them clicks, so they get the money. And when you try to do an elite and ethical journalism, it's hard to encourage people to know this, read the truth, because most of the time it's bitter. Like, it's not that fun to know the truth, actually. So I think it's a really hard job. But for example, there's an organization in Turkey called Teyit.org, and they are running campaigns on social media, and they are just posting about the news in general. For example, like, this is fake and this is true. And it's really simple for people to, learn the truth and fact check their news. So I think this kind of projects should, become more, how can I say that? They should spread around the region. I think it's like free of charge. It's on social media. It's easy. So I think it would be useful to use a platform like that, use Instagram like that. So Instagram can be a good thing again. Yeah.
Not the end of the world. Okay, thank you very much, Rabia. Next question for you, Alma. As I understood, you were not working directly as a journalist, but more in a form of managing part of the processes. And in that sense, what have you learned, for example, about the needs of young journalists? What have you learned about the qualities of young journalists involved?
Pa evo, upravo nekako zaista sam ponosna što sjedim upravo sa ovim ljudima i što su dio naše mreže i nekako osvrnula bi se na nešto što su govorili i Emir i Saira.
Saya touched upon earlier. So this is actually what we are proud of within this network. This is what we learned from them, that yes, we can offer an opportunity to young people, to provide critical feedback and without any prejudice. But what we always highlight is, without offending anybody who is different than from them. So therefore, we are very proud of it. And us being part of this organization, we have had an opportunity to learn from them that we can do things differently. And definitely, we can do it in a different way. But many, many things actually in a society, they depend on us. We cannot just wait that somebody else is going to do something for us unless we are using these platforms and social networks, unless we actually choose and select a certain content. So definitely, yes, we are proud of it on one side. And what we have learned from them, yes, we can do things in a different manner. And, to reach out to small number of people, yes, those people will disseminate it to others around them. So, yes, definitely, I think that one step forward is good thing. So anything we do can have a positive impact. Thank you very much.
Part of this group. My question for you would be, you were speaking about some very, at least from my perspective, socially important topics such as gender equality and the other broad range of these topics. And when we speak about media information literacy, like at first glance, you wouldn't think about how can these topics be dangerous in any way. How could you spread this information when speaking about gender equality? But actually, it happens a lot, and probably more than we notice. So what mechanisms in your work do you use to ensure not to spread any kind of fake news, disinformation? What are the steps you go through to make sure that what you do is professional, ethical, and true?
Pa prije svega ja bih rekla da barem u člancima koji sam ja napisala i koji inače ovako nekad napišem baš za svoje društvene mreže ili za neke druge portale mimo mreže mladih novinara koju mi imamo, jeste što u svojim, ajde da kažem, člancima uvijek ostavi mogućnost za diskusiju. Dakle, da to što ja prenesem nije ključno, nije fiksirano, nego da to otvara mogućnost da svako ima pravo da kaže za to nešto pa god želi. I upravo to mislim da je jako bitno u prenošenju današnjih vijesti i informacija, da kada se nešto prenosi, da to ne bude jedno je naravno istina, drugo je laž, ako je laž, tu nema šta više da se diskutuje.
Fake news, if it is fake, there's nothing to discuss. But when we actually transfer truth, we have to find ways of doing it. In everyday communication, we can say about one content, we can, comment on it differently. We can choose a way how to present this interview or article to the wider public. So when we actually present an article or a video or video footage or anything, so if you present it from a perspective of somebody who is 100% right, from the perspective of a person who doesn't let other people, doesn't let any room to others to comment on it, to maybe that comment may be different. And, maybe they have questioned, why is this true? Why is this ethically justified? Why is this good? And then you exclude that possibility that it is really important to leave some room to other people to ask you why this is done this way. For example, in BIH, Emir has touched upon that for Montenegro, that any media is privatized in a way that any media actually, it plays a role, I would put it in this way, they support certain actors without focusing on well-being of the whole community, without focusing on benefits to wider public. And because those beneficiaries, they have paid money to those media. So therefore, I think it is very important to leave room to people to ask them to be curious about the content. So what I would like to say that recently I read an article, and it says that a lady who was a victim of violence on the internet, she said that in this world, where we have all kinds of narratives and content, that we are overwhelmed with all kinds of narratives, that we have become less sensible to sins committed by other people. And I would say this is something that actually we can come up with a conclusion and, wrap it up, all this, when we talk about media literacy and about freedom of expression and about hate speech, because of all those contents, positive and negative. So all of a sudden we have become less sensitive to other people. When we receive tragic news, I'm 19 years old, and my peers and two of my friends, they have committed suicide in the last 3 years, and people, they are not they feel nothing to inhuman. And when they hear actually such a piece of news, and then they comment on it, like, why did he do it, or why did she do it? And this is really that is terrible for families of those people, and then create a negative environment. We have to be really aware. I'm going actually to enter into this area too deep. I think it is important to highlight this at this conference, and that we should actually be sincere towards ourselves, and then be sincere towards others, and that every single word is so powerful, and we actually have power what to say, which comments to leave, and in particular when we deal with some very, very sensitive issues, sensitive topics. If it is something tragic news, I think that there is no room for it, that we can just say whatever we want to say. And this lack of sensibility towards the tragedies of other people, tragedies they have sustained in their private lives, and we just don't care what to say, who to say. And that actually makes this world the way it is right now, unfortunately, because there are so many problems in every single pore of this society. When we talk about media literacy, we can be media literate, but we can acquire those skills and differentiate between fake news and true news. But I do believe it is more difficult to learn how to be more human, and how to approach other people, and how to reach out to them in a very sincere manner, and just not to access to those profiles, and that there is just a robot out there behind that article, that very fight, and that a platform. There is a live person who has emotions and has integrity. And I'm talking about this sensibility. We need it. It is so necessary. Media literacy is one thing we can actually, I hope, achieve it thanks to all these people handling with the education and educating us, and we do have a lot more and more professionals dealing with this area. But I think that we, towards ourselves, we have to acknowledge the truth, and we really have to pay attention to it and tell others actually to be more understanding that we really have to be better people.
To living in a multi-ethnic society such as in North Macedonia, and being a young Albanian journalist at the first moment when they try to interview a Macedonian politician, he is intimidated and he is accused just because of being Albanian. Well, but it may also be the other way around. It may be a different Macedonian journalist that is fully aware of the case and is good willing to report, but that he may be intimidated by an Albanian official or a Serbian official or a Turkish official just because they represent a different community and they are a young journalist. This is a prejudice when, in my opinion, it is a prejudice when you label someone as a young journalist. It's not that your age is not. It's got nothing to do with professionalism. But however, if you are a professional and dealing with a case of a great national interest, then the feedback, then you check on your level of professionalism and how effective you are. But however, there are journalists that have been working for 30 years and have been through phases of journalistic technology, but they do questions such as, so what's up, or where have you been recently? This question directed to a politician. So what are you up to? So there are these prejudices, and young journalists usually they are seen as people that are attacked, but young journalists, they cannot fight back actually in some cases, and they feel that they do not have allies to fight back. And just for information, I talked to my colleagues from Albania that in 2022 in the State University in Skopje, there were 3 students that were enrolled in journalism. Only three enrolled in journalism. And this is a question of prejudices towards young journalists. So this is we should raise the alarm, and we should raise the level of awareness that you're not a criminal. Just if you're a journalist, you're not a criminal, especially if you are a journalist, a young journalist in a modern era. You are actually have the advantage here. So, and I hope that we'll somehow manage to overcome these issues.
Sometimes, not sometimes, they're often perceived as rebellious, as those who will ask the right questions without regards to who stands across them. Is that something that's not necessarily in a form of stereotype, but is that something that comes with the idea of having a young journalist, which by me would be a very cool thing if it is so?
E keq është që ata nuk arrin deri te pyetja, se nuk i jepet hapësirë.
Question is that journalists are not often given the opportunity to ask the question. or ask the right question. So sometimes they're not given even the opportunity to ask a question. When a space is provided to a young journalist, and then they are perceived as if they don't have the right capacity to write the right question, to ask the right question, that is.
Well, it's a bit complicated, but thank you. Okay, Amir, with the next question for you. Have you got any idea from what you've been doing? Are there some specific topics that youth is more interested in learning about through different forms of journalism? Is there something, for example, not a lot of youth is highly interested in politics in general. And are there other socially relevant topics that manage to interest youth, to gain their attention and to kind of make them your audience?
Pa situacija se promijenila. Da li nažalost, da li na sreću?
Fortunately, well, in Montenegro, more and more people, they decide to deal with politics, and they actually follow their politicians, that they see them as leaders, and what we have seen recently, well, these political topics, they have become so close to them rather than some other topics which actually they should be more interested in, be it film or music or architecture or history. They should be actually more interested in these set of topics. So now it seems that everybody wants to deal with politics. Because it is now my profession, I'm a politologist, and I'm trying actually to just not only write about political topics, but so when I do this, actually I want to say that my field of writing, so I actually write about influence of right-wing parties, not only in Montenegro, but in other actually countries, and the way they actually create this environment and how they change this environment around us.
We have a huge problem when we try to criticize certain activities of right-wing parties where young people who used to be engaged in objective journalism and were open to and willing to engage into criticism are now part of this right-wing political circles and are not willing to criticize anymore. So if you pull the trigger that may insult them, although you present truthful facts about a certain organization they are a part of, it is very difficult to bring them back. It is very difficult to restore the trust in the platform through which you report. So I always try to not to be too modest, but I am the king of truthful reporting. That's and I am I use the irony, sarcasm, and quite a lot, and I use all sorts of ways in order to reach the audience, to send the message to the readers. So I hope that in future young people will become engaged in political topics. Not only because it is easier to get a job that way, but they should understand politics, but they should take it as a tool that they will handle, not something that handles them. So that's something we try to do within this platform. Our colleague from Turkey said something in this regard. As much as I have my own position on the political or social situation in Turkey, it is a very different perspective, different from the one that my colleague in the field actually has. And our positions can be different, but we have to be open for different positions, different attitudes. So young people must be trained to become open for different opinion. You have all sorts of podcasts and all sorts of networks, Twitter or other apps. People tend to stick to their opinion as the only accurate one, the only truthful one. So media literacy cannot be only focused on political communication. It must become part of our daily lives of all segments of society. And there are people who say that they are not interested in politics, but politics is everywhere. It's out there. It is part of every single segment of our daily lives. So the media literacy and in 21st century is a must. So people are not illiterate in this day and age if they cannot write. They are illiterate if they are not, if they don't have media literacy. So this struggle is a difficult one. We have to work with young people. We must make them criticize those that they think should not be criticized. We must change this position among young people. Unfortunately, the journalists in Montenegro rarely support their own colleagues, especially those who are under some sort of pressure or who are attacked. For example, there is a rather strange situation where one city TV station reported on certain activities undertaken by Montenegrin government that they thought were wrong. So afterwards, there was some event that the Prime Minister attended, and the journalists asked the Prime Minister about this report. And he said, well, we got rid of them, we will get rid of you as well. Instead of criticizing the Prime Minister for saying such a thing, journalists who were there simply laughed at that statement. So we do our best to change the situation, but our regulator for the media and all other institutions, not only in Montenegro but in other countries as well, probably do not want or do not know how to give room to young journalists, to give more room to them. But we are much more tech savvy than the older generation, so that is one of our advantages. Thank you very much, Emir.
Rabia, what would you describe as your motivation to be a journalist? I mean, given the background you work in, even though the whole region is kind of not in the best position when it comes to media freedoms, but you said in the first part of the session, you said, I think that when you wanted to become a journalist as a kid, so that's something you obviously know that you want to do for a very long time. But with all the challenges that journalism brings with it, what brought you there and what keeps you there?
Well, when we objectively look at the challenges of journalism, it's not a logical decision to become one. But I remember as a kid, I watched news with my parents actually, and looking back, it wasn't very media literate of them to allow a child to see the Turkish news with all the things in it. But thanks to them, I'm here today. I actually always believed that journalism is a really hard thing to do, and journalists must have been really brave people, actually. Because in Turkey, in the primary school, they taught us about a journalist who started the Turkish National Independence War, and a journalist started the Independence War. So I thought, wow, the journalists are really brave. Then he was a really brave journalist. And then when I was starting to university, actually, it was 2016. I started my bachelor's. The 15 July events happened in Turkey, and the part of the military who tried to do a coup, they attacked the media stations before they attacked the parliament. So I thought, this is how important media is. It's more important than the parliament itself when people are trying to doing a coup. And I actually studied culture sciences and communication sciences, so I don't study journalism. But I decided to become a journalist because I believe that is the most important thing in the world. That is really a noble, thing to try to make people, try to inform people about the events that are happening around the world, because it's dangerous, it's complicated, it's hard. You don't have day or night, but someone, needs to give the news. So I think that, I can become that person. It seems like a cool job. And now I am hopeful, thanks to all these people, that it can be a noble job again. And it's really fun to do that. I'm learning, every day. I'm constantly learning new things. It's not possible, working as an engineer to learn that much about other cultures, different beliefs, different situations in the world. So I think simply I believe in journalism, and because of this belief, I'm here today.
Oh, that's so nice. We can all go home after this. I think this was really beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing this. I have nothing to add. Alma, to close up with a question for you. What would you say needs to be provided in a sense of support to these young journalists, to these young people who really care about standards of integrity, truth, who perceive journalism as a noble profession? What kind of support do you think they need in the future?
Pa evo da se osvrnem na ovaj segment generalno novinarstva, nije nam naravno želja da predstavimo projekat kao utopiju jednu sjajnu.
This project is not a utopia, but it is our wish to show that there is something different and that people can change something different. MIL is very important because it is the foundation for interpreting all sorts of segments of society, and that's how we get information about the world around us. And as for the support for them, for us, for all of us here, I think we need the systemic support. There are countries that, in terms of their mindset and their legislation, are very similar, particularly the countries in the region, and I think that their journalists should be protected. The labor rights of these journalists should be protected, not only the young ones, but the old ones as well. So, and as for the laws, there is a lot to be done, a lot to be changed. And yesterday we heard that there were some positive steps here in the region. and as just as in any other segment society, we have to show that people should be sanctioned for their misconducts, and as for support, I think, well, yeah, also every type of support should be given to them.
From the audience, dear colleague, would you like to take over? Yes, yes, of course. Next time we will do this in pair. I think you can just keep the mic for the next session as well.
Do you hear me? Yeah. So, thank you. I've got like 6 questions for Emir, if I may.
6?
No, I'm joking. Just
I thought 6. I also
just
thought.
like one quick question for each of my colleagues. But before going there, I would like to make a remark about the speech of Rabia. She got me there when she said, we live in alternative realities, multiple realities, and we are entitled to have an opinion. Unfortunately or frankly, we write based on our lenses through the way we see the world. And so, yeah, we are entitled to do that. But if we act within the framework of human rights, principles, and freedoms, we can write really good and unbiased articles. Now, going back to the questions, I will go first with Adrian. My question is quite concrete. So my question, I mean, this question goes for me as well, but I'm still looking for answers.
Give me the mic, I will ask you.
Later in my panel. So how do we compete against catchy headlines, poorly written, and let's say unconsciously biased? Like, we are looking for very qualitative articles which are lengthier and people are lazy to read them. This is on one hand. And the other hand, we have these very beautiful and bombastic titles that are like hooked or catchy for us. So how do we compete against that? And the question for Emir, do you practice, I mean, in Montenegro, do you practice this sort of counteracting biased articles through, let's say, opinion pieces? Like, people do write opinion pieces about, let's say, a statement from a public servant or official body. This thing to happen in a setting among journalists. Like, if a right-wing journalist, let's say, writes an article about, let's say, multi-ethnic communities, and he targets specifically one, like he lynches him with like everything, he throws stones and woods and opinions and facts. Is there any practice in Montenegro that counteracts these kind of articles, like giving another opinion and perspective to create sort of a public debate?
I want to sit here.
Thank you.
Great questions. Thank you. No, keep the mic. You never know what happens. Thank you very much. Adrian, will you go first? Just keep your answers kind of structured, please, not to be too long.
Yes. I want to be very short. It depends very much what you read and what you choose to read. So you have a great example, lastly, in Albania. Every media in Albania is reporting about the scandal of ex-FBI agent mixed up with the Prime Minister Edi Rama. But when Washington Post published all the story and all the charge from the public prosecutor of Washington, D.C., the things came clear. So this is what I say. It depends what you choose to read, because you're mature. You're not under 18. If you are under 18, I will like to explain you how to came to the truth. But when you are mature, you need to choose by yourself. If you want to be informed, or if you want to feel informed. This is a very big difference. So when you choose the right media to trust, the other things are not important. Thank you.
Thank you. Emir?
Sad ja Ok. Odgovor na vaše pitanje, pokušat ću kratko.
Try to be brief in answering your question. For every action there is equal and adequate reaction. But our reaction to their action was prevented because in Montenegro, unfortunately, intellectuals and university professors and people who are open-minded tend to keep silent. And all those civic activists and journalists who are trying to fight that are often attacked or under pressure or stigmatized. There was the Bern agency that recently stigmatized one journalist as an ultra right-wing person because he talked about religious intolerance in Montenegro. It was rather scandalous in Montenegro, not only in Montenegro but in the region. He wasn't the only one. Many activists who want to fight certain anomalies in the society in Montenegro come under this sort of pressure. So if we have one portal that will fight against hundreds of other portals, automatically you will have 3 more portals generated on the other side. So it is very difficult to preserve this kind of continuity, and I will refer to the answer of my colleagues. We have a powerful weapon, namely persistence and truth. So we are going to fight, to keep fighting, and at least, in the end, at least we have tried, and it is not the first time we have such a situation in this region. We often in our history had to fight for the truth, and simply we will do our best. And but there are many elements that are not working in our favor, and unfortunately our colleagues in journalists often make the situation even worse for all of us who would like to report objectively. I hope I answered your question.
About the freedom of media in Turkish, when I know all the situation, what is happening there. The difference is that studying journalism and being journalist without studying journalism is because when you study journalism, you have an aim to be a journalist. When you study something else, you didn't have an aim to become a journalist, but you became because the environment forced you to become a journalist. This is a difference, Mr. Professor.
Would anyone like to add something? I'm not sure. Will we go with more questions just to see? Yes, okay.
Ja ću ovako pričati na način. Ja mislim da je u svemu najvažnije iskustvo.
important to be well experienced, and no formal education actually can be powerful as informal education. So if we talk about all types of experiences which you have gained through your work and work experience, I'm referring to myself because I'm not in it. I do not see myself as a journalist, but I'm just an activist. So, well, it is very important to have this experience. And journalists that I know and who do not have degree in journalism, or let's say they have degree in international affairs, or they have degree in English, Italian, Serbian, Croatian, Bosnian, but they deal with journalism. I think that this formal education in BR8, this is not so important. And when it comes as to what you are going to do professionally, so I think that this experience that you have gained is much more important and very, very important.
Well, you talk about the freedom of expression, but I mean, during the last years in Turkey, from the 2016, there have been imprisoned 213 journalists, which is like a whole community in prison now. And I mean, I also remember during 1 year that there were talking in Facebook and Twitter about the riots and protests, and the government just decided to shut down Facebook and Twitter. I mean, in those circumstances, how real is the freedom of expression towards the government? How free are you to criticize the government in Turkey and to defend the public interest?
Well, I actually said that the freedom of speech, this platform gave us a free space to create, but also in regard to that question, there is a problem. As I said, censorship is a problem. This kind of governmental stuff is a problem. But they actually create an environment that is full of fear. And when we don't try to create still and, share information still as they don't want us to share. And I don't think that we can achieve so much. And when they shut down the Facebook and Twitter, and it's actually tripled the user numbers in Turkey because all the people reach this social media platforms via VPN, as I did too, and I am, saying that in here. So I think that it's a really big problem in Turkey right now because of the political environment. But I believe that we need to be more brave, and we need to encourage ourselves, and we need to be in contact with the people outside of Turkey, with the journalists outside of Turkey, because, media and information literacy, or as general media, it's not something purely national. It's always international.
You personally, do you feel free to write an article criticizing government or discovering a scandal without having the fear of they coming back to you or being censored?
No, I don't feel that. I don't feel that free. Maybe when writing for newsroom, but other than that, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the questions, the hard questions and the hard answers as well. Thank you, people, very much. I must say I am truly inspired and amazed by your stories and your not enthusiasm. It's not enthusiasm. It's your professional understanding of journalism and its values. And I do hope you kind of motivate people around you who are journalists as well, no matter of their age, to follow the same standards and values. Thank you very much. I really wish we could applause again now, because we've learned to applaud. Yeah. Okay, but don't leave. Before the lunch break, we will watch a story a 10-minute story, which was produced by BHRT, Bosnia and Herzegovina Radio Television. And the topic is media and information literacy, informal education in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now, this TV story is a 10-minute version. It was adapted for this conference, and it's a part of an initiative which was implemented by Euronews Exchange for Southeast Europe. It gathered 11 TV stations from the region. And with the support of UNESCO, this network supports TV stories to produce, TV stations to produce stories on media and information literacy. So the stories that we will watch will be also broadcasted on national television. Please watch the story now. No? Do we watch the story? Not yet. No. Okay. Okay, I have no idea what's happening, but
Iako
yes,
su neki od
let's
nas
watch the
rođeni i
story.
odrasli uz digitalne medije i svjesni smo njihovih prednosti i potencijala, isto tako trebamo znati kako mogu da budu i velika opasnost za sve nas. Važno je da razvijamo kritičku svijest kao i da se opismenimo, da kvalitetno koristimo informacije koje su nam na raspolaganju. Prvi korak ka tome svakako bi bio uvođenje medijske informacijske pismenosti u nastavne planove i kurikulume. Upravo je to jedna od ideja UNESCO-vog i EU projekta, izgradnja povjerenja u medije u jugoistočnoj Europi i Turskoj faza 2. Ideja je okupila najveće stručnjake u oblasti medijskog i informacijskog obrazovanja u BiH, a projekat je dobio podršku velikog broja institucija i javnih univerziteta u zemlji.
Sad govoreći o globalnom UNESCO-vom programu medijskog
Hello again. How are you? You missed me. We will watch the video that I announced, but before that, we will hear a couple of words from a representative of the ERNO network I've spoke about. Željka will be on the stage with you very shortly, just to give a couple of words to introduce the video, and then we'll go with the video again. Thank you. You just need to sit so because of the microphone and the people on Zoom. Thank you.
I will not take too much of your time. I know that you're waiting for lunch, so just like a couple of sentences actually to introduce you to this story that you're going to watch. So ERNO is actually coordination office based here in Sarajevo in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And for 22 years, we actually coordinating the news exchange and news cooperation among 11 public broadcasting media in the region of Southeast Europe. I'm very glad we cooperated with UNESCO in many different projects, and I'm very glad that we managed, at least for the very end of this project, to work with UNESCO on the media and information literacy, because fight against misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation is really one of our focuses. But what is even more important for us is that we managed to include public service media in this project. And public service media organizations are those who have or should have the crucial role in educating and informing children and youth. We do know all, we remember this example from the COVID pandemic when public broadcasting media actually stepped in and managed to provide additional educational video content for children that could not attend school classes during the COVID-19. So this is just another example of public service media managing to work on this important topic of media and information literacy. In this particular project, we worked actually with two public service media organizations, with Radio Television of Bosnia and Herzegovina here in Bosnia and with Radio Television of Albania. They produced 3 different stories each, focused on this project, focused on the activities of UNESCO and its partners in both countries on implementation of this project. So they focused on formal education, on non-formal education, but also on all different aspects dealing with children and youth, their trust toward the media, their use of online platform, etc. So this is the story. This is just a short introduction. This is the story, one of the stories, made a bit edited for this conference in particular, but this focus was made by Radio Television of Bosnia and Herzegovina, by the Department of Children and Youth, and it will be broadcasted in their program, which deals with this project and how it affected the formal education and media literacy in this country. So thank you. That was it, and I'm looking forward to for you to see the story and to hear your comments afterwards. Thank you very much.
And since the story is in Bosnian, it will be interpreted by our translators, so feel free to use the equipment you have to hear it in your language. Now, take 2, go.
Iako su neki od nas rođeni ili odrasli uz digitalne medije i svjesni smo njihovih prednosti i potencijala, isto tako trebamo znati kako mogu da budu i velika opasnost za sve nas. Važno je da razvijamo kritičku svijest kao i da se opismenimo, da kvalitetno koristimo informacije koje su nam na raspolaganju. Prvi korak ka tome svakako bi bio uvođenje medijske informacijske pismenosti u nastavne planove i kurikulume. Upravo je to jedna od ideja UNESCO-vog i EU projekta, izgradnja povjerenja u medije u jugoistočnoj Evropi i Turskoj faza 2. Ideja je okupila najveće stručnjake u oblasti medijskog i informacijskog obrazovanja u BiH, a projekat je dobio podršku velikog broja institucija i javnih univerziteta u zemlji.
Sad govoreći o globalnom UNESCO-vom programu medijske informacijske pismenosti, mi već imamo jako puno stvari koje su urađene u Bosni i Hercegovini. Imamo izuzetno dobro sa institucijama koje direktno rade na tome, kao što su Fakultet političkih nauka i ovdje iz Univerziteta u Sarajevu, kao što su Filozofski fakultet u Banja Luci, Banja Lučkog univerziteta i sve druge institucije koje mogu direktno pomoći implementaciji same programa medijske informacijske pismenosti. Ono što bi mi željeli da se u Bosni i Hercegovini uspostavi, to je jedan okvir medijske informacijske pismenosti na raznim nivoima vlasti, na raznim nivoima obrazovnih vlasti i mislim da smo na dobrom putu da se to desi u vrlo kratkom periodu.
Zahvaljujući brojnim akterima uključenim u projekat, a posebno timu stručnjaka okupljenih na Institutu za društvena zbivanja u Sarajevu, koji su posljednjih nekoliko godina predano radili na iznalaženju najboljih rješenja za implementaciju MIP-a u obrazovanju. U Bosni i Hercegovini postoje brojne aktivnosti i brojne rasprave na ovu temu.
Unazad 6 do 7 godina naš fakultet sarađuje sa međunarodnim organizacijama, prije svega sa UNESCO-om, na razvoju medijske informacijske pismenosti i na integraciji ovog veoma značajnog koncepta u cijelu društvo. Kroz tih 6 ili sad već 7 godina održane su brojne kako rasprave, tako i radionice, edukacije, svih onih kojih se ova priča tiče, a smatramo da se tiče svih nas. Dakle, u tu raspravu i saradnju sa nama uključena su i resorna ministarstva na nižim i na višim nivoima i naravno nevladin sektor koji također smatramo značajnim partnerom u ovom procesu i predstavnici javnih univerziteta iz cijele Bosne i Hercegovine. Veoma smo ponosni na to što smo proširili tu priču izvan Sarajeva, da tako kažem, i što smo u toku ovog rada na ovom konceptu sarađivali sa kolegama iz Banja Luke, iz Mostara, iz istočnog Sarajeva, iz Tuzle i tako smo nekako dali do znanja da je ovo priča koja je univerzalnog karaktera i da je pitanje integracije i razvoja medijske pismenosti značajno za cijelo naše društvo i za cijelu našu zemlju.
Iz opsežnih istraživanja u konačnici je proistekao i dokument smjernice za strategiju, a značajan doprinos projektu razvoja MIP-a je i literatura koju sada mogu konsultovati nastavnici, profesori, donosioci odluka i svi oni kojih se ova priča tiče. 4 knjige u ediciji medijska i informacijska pismenost i nekoliko pozicijskih studija dostupne su u online izdanju.
Mi smo također kroz jednu interdisciplinarnu međuresornu radnu grupu koje opet vodio Institut za društvena istraživanja Fakulteta političkih nauka uradili dokument pod nazivom Smjernice strateški okvir medijske informacijske pismenosti u Bosni i Hercegovini i dostavili smo UNESCO i Ministarstvo civilnih poslova vidi na koji način mogu dalje provesti proces konsultacija sa nadležnim vlastima svih nivoa u toj oblasti.
Dakle, mi smatramo da ako hoćemo da donesemo direktne, mjerljive i konkretne promjene, da moraju da postoje strateški dokument, nekakve i odluke i vlada i odgovornih institucija u smislu ministarstava obrazovanja, da se oni, da kažemo, opredjeljuju za usvajanje medijske informacijske pismenosti u osnovnim i srednjim školama.
Upravo smo radili na zagovaranju, lobiranju, na pronalaženju najboljeg rješenja, intervenciju u sferi javnih politika, sa donosiocima odluka direktno, čisto da sve što radimo ne bude svrha samo sebi. I upravo smo sa izradom strategije koja je ljetos usvojena u kantonu Sarajevo postigli taj prvi korak.
Usvajanje strategije za razvoj MIP-a odvažan je korak vlade KS koji bi mogao uskoro dovesti do ozbiljnih reformi u obrazovnom sistemu ovog kantona, što bi svima osiguralo sistem cjeloživotnog učenja.
Čim smo usvojili strategiju, odmah smo napravili grupu koja treba da osmisli sami akcioni plan kako da je implementiramo. Tako da smo već u decembru imali prezentaciju nacrta akcionog plana za implementiranje strategije medijske informacijske pismenosti i to kroz pogled obrazovanja. Mogu reći da smo mi u protekloj godini dana intenzivno uspostavljali i stavljali na noge Institut za razvoj preduniverzitetskog obrazovanja. To je jedno mjesto koje će biti podrška svim akterima u odgojno-obrazovnom procesu. Dakle, oslanjamo se na programe jačanja, stručnog usavršavanja svih radnika u obrazovanju s posebnim naglaskom na direktore kao donosioce odluka i kreatore politika u obrazovanju, ali naravno i jačanje kapaciteta nastavnika i stručnih saradnika koji rade sa djecom. Kada budemo imali tako ojačane, ali osvještene aktere u odgojno-obrazovnom procesu, mi tad možemo reći da možemo krenuti u implementaciju ove strategije. Dakle, samo osnaženi profesionalci, radnici u obrazovanju mogu dobro razumjeti pod jedan svrhu i značaj ovakve strategije, a pod dva mogu znati na koji će način implementirati u radu sa mladima.
Edukacija i osnaživanje nastavnog kadra i svih učesnika u obrazovnom procesu jedan su od najznačajnijih segmenata projekta razvoja MIP-a, kao i preduslov za implementaciju predloženog modela u svim obrazovnim sistemima u BiH.
Mi smo napravili prvi Massive Open Online kurs certificiran od strane Univerziteta u Sarajevu, dakle kao alat stručnog profesionalnog usavršavanja. Uradili smo niz radionica, prvo sa školskim bibliotekarima tu 3 entiteta, pa onda sa nastavnicima. Dakle, imali smo jedan kontinuitet obraćanja konkretnom formalnom sistemu obrazovanja. Javna politika, dokument strategije koji je usvojila vlada je dakle proistekao iz svih iskustava i svega onoga što smo zapravo proučavali i dolazili do potencijalnog odgovora kako zapravo sistemski pristupiti.
In a way we were able to come to a feasible response on how to approach such a big issue systematically, because this is a very complex topic. The adoption of the strategy in the Sarajevo Canton is the first step to developing the objectives of the UNESCO's MIP project. The plan is to replicate the idea in other cantons of the Federation and to work further on strategic activity in Republika Srpska. This is just the beginning. We intend to replicate the Sarajevo Canton strategy into other cantons in the Federation, and we plan on a strategic level to work in Republika Srpska in the same way. There is also there are strategic commitments with previous strategies and decisions of the government. So our work in Republika Srpska is much easier because we don't have to start from the beginning. We want to enrich the digital world world subject in the second grade of primary school and every year after that. So we will continue working in terms of institutional cooperation together with the academic community, because that's the only way that can produce long-term sustainability. The high-quality cooperation in the past 6 years moved the advanced development of MIL in Bosnia and Herzegovina, opened the door to possible reforms in our country's education system, and thus opened the room for progress of the society as a whole, with strengthened citizens who can think critically.
Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back to the conference. We have 2 more sessions planned for today, beginning with a session called Media and Information Literacy in Informal Education, What's Next? Where we are looking into ways to strengthen the implementation of media and information literacy, specifically in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Albania, and Serbia when it comes to the context of formal educational institutions. I will invite the panelists who are physically here with us to join me on stage. We have Mr. Astrid Tautai, who you have, Mr. Yes, now I know, Mr. who you have had the opportunity to listen to yesterday, as I've said yesterday as well. He is the head of curriculum development sector at the Agency for Quality Assurance for Pre-University Education in Albania. With us through Zoom, Mrs. Olivera Nikolic, who is the director of Montenegro Media Institute. We also have Ms. Elisabeta Paja, who is an MIL expert from Albania. Welcome. Mr. Dalibor Savic, who is a Vice Dean for Scientific Work and International Relations at the Faculty of Political Sciences, University of Banja Luka. And we have Mrs. Natasha Aloshi, who is a teacher in Albania. Okay, welcome. You have to lunch. I hope you're not going to fall asleep during this discussion.
You need to sleep.
Maybe we can nap for the first 5 minutes. Okay. Well, first question, right away to you. We have mentioned a couple of times here and there the concept of artificial intelligence in these 2 days, but not in much detail. What we know is that there are different forms of artificial intelligence being used in different ways. Something that's really popular right now is this ChatGPT, which manages to communicate with users, create content by the input we give them, and so on. And the question is, will this and how it will affect media and information literacy, but educational context as well? So my question for you would be, do you have any plans how to integrate this concept of artificial intelligence into your curriculum? Contribute here. Is the speaker not so well? Okay, maybe just a bit closer.
I cannot.
Okay, now we're
going too far. I was speaking yesterday about creating algorithm, because when we make decisions, we need to have the right algorithm, the right patterns of doing things, and then so there is the importance of having a good algorithm when we try to have decisions. When you speak about artificial intelligence, we mean that it works the same way as the human brain. It's kind of simulation of the way the human brain works. And it goes from the data to algorithms and then to decision making. So it has to do with decision making. And the more we use artificial intelligence in all spheres of life, and the more we rely on the way this algorithm related to in our decision making. So it's very important to be able to question whether these algorithms are okay, are not biased, so that we use them in the best way possible to serve us and not to run into decision making processes that doesn't fit our purposes or whatever. So it's another area of for education. It's to equip students and people, because it should be the future, to be able to identify or to consider the possibility of these wrong things or biases of whatever or not the right data that I use to get this algorithm that then we use in our decision-making process. I thought since this is it's going to be used in all areas of life, there is always the risk to become victims of this process, of these machines, rather than use them for our own good and purposes. In this area, so for this purpose, I'm the head of curriculum development sector in my agency, and when developing the plan for the 2023, I put this as one of the objectives of our job. So to study first, to see all the implications of education, and then to see what is the best way to train teachers, or to develop someone to train teachers how to best use this, let's say, artificial intelligence in our system. So we are in this phase. So first, let's see what's it. Let's understand the concept. Let's understand the content of what is it, a relationship with all the reality and human activity, and the role of education in us. So this is part of our job for the next year.
It also relates to the concept of critical thinking, actually, which is a part of ML.
Critical thinking, I rather like to say high order thinking skills involving all this, because critical thinking, it's sometimes you stay in the same circle, and you need, when you make a decision, you create something new. So it's a creative thinking rather than just a critical thinking. But it's a very important step to go to the next step when we solve problems or whatever, make our decision that in new context, whatever it is. So high order thinking skills is let's say the main goal in this education process.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dautai. Elisabetta, to stick a bit on the topic of artificial intelligence, what would you say are, given the current advancements, what would you say the possible implications on MIL? This was such an easy sentence, and I made it complicated. So what are the potential implications of artificial intelligence on MIL?
Okay, atëherë përshëndetje të gjithëve, është me si që ndodhem të mësuesh, ashtu siç kundër edhe shefi im, shefi kurrikulës, duke qenë se unë jam pjesë e departamentit të zhvillimit të kurrikulës në Shqipëri.
One of our objectives that we have seen for the future is related to AI. What I wanted to say is that MIL is an instrument, a very important instrument based on education, and we can call it a component that further develops and integrates education and gives it a different approach to the education part. Thus, I believe that MIL is one of the components that most helps in the AI development part, and explaining a different approach also to education as pertains to the field.
Thank you very much. If you finished, yes. Okay. Thank you for this introduction and explanation. I will come back with more questions for you for sure. Now a bit to our speaker who is with us through Zoom, Ms. Olivera Nikolic, to get back to a broader context of media and information literacy. Who would you say are the most vulnerable social categories when we are speaking about disinformation, misinformation, fake news, and everything else that fits into this category?
Ja bih rekla svi. Svi korisnici informacija su pogođeni dezinformacijama, propagandom, manipulacijama kojima su izloženi. A kad bismo sada nekako izdvajali...
If you want to think loud and say, well, single out certain groups, then we can say the truth. I would single them out. In Montenegro, we don't have enough research as to say what type of habits young people have. We can just assume and say that for them, that traditional media, this is something that they have abandoned, and we don't know where they anything about their whereabouts, so where they talk, which platform they use. Yes, they use digital platforms, but let's say that we don't know anything about their habits. So this is an area that is to be actually determined to find out what their habits are about, because they are future decision makers, future voters, etc. So what we can see in practice, what is happening right now out there, that those campaigns related to hate speech manipulation. So yes, ethnic minorities, they are exposed to it. Migrants are very vulnerable. Women who actually are in politics, in public life, or public officials, they are very vulnerable. And members, LGBTQ individuals, Roma populations. So these are most vulnerable populations, and they are kind of most sensitive to this.
We will come back.
Thank you very much. To
go from Mr. Savic to the concept of artificial intelligence once again, if that is fine with you. And the question, since you come from a background of university, of high-level education, is it something that can contribute to education in general, or is it something that can create problems when it comes to abusing basically the resources that AE offers?
Htio prvo da pozdravim prisutnim, da se javno zahvalim.
I'd like to greet the present and thank you, the organizer, for inviting me. Well, I would like to just talk about the position of social sciences. So back in the year 2000, when we actually, actually analysis of big data, when all that was introduced, and then there were some kind of rumors amongst the scientists about possible end of theory. We know that when it comes to theoretical thinking, that this is the basis of any scientific thinking. So with these chat bots, in the last couple of months, you just mentioned ChatGPT, that we are in a position actually that we talk about the end of science or work of scientists. Well, now a new door is opened, and some very difficult questions are from ethical and scientific perspective. This is my sincere belief. And just the other day, I read that there was some kind of research carried out by Harvard University, and based on those professors involved in that, call it experiment, this famous chatbot, GPT, that actually it was awarded with a C+ mark, and this is like an average mark. Now I can just pose a rhetorical question and say, how many students are average students? Is it enough? Actually, do we have enough number? Actually, so because there are so many demands to all those practitioners, because we are now aware when it comes to automation. It was a long time ago related to physical type of work. Now we are entering new phase, so we are entering new phase of intellectual work. So we are actually entering, the most important one, that is creative work. So yes, there is need to develop critical thinking. All research from other social sciences related to communology. So critical thinking actually is going, the level of it is going down. So it brings us to the following, that children are not able today to develop critical thinking because they do have all kinds of attention disorders. They have developed it, and popular culture has been offering them all those contents. And so actually they cannot actually read, critical thinking, and that actually implies that today or tomorrow, I would like to say it's not an end of that story. We really have to think more about that. And of course, we can, within the context of your question, when we look at technology, we can look at it from two perspectives. So this is a useful tool, and on the other hand, this is a potential danger. So tomorrow, or in whether we are in future going to face the situation that we are going to be educated by artificial intelligence, and that there will be no human interaction. I can just assume. I don't think it will come in a couple of decades, but on the other hand, it is quite obvious when we look at well-advanced societies. It is not. We shouldn't be at all actually that. Because thanks to those technologies, they have to be integrated into education systems, and we have had an opportunity to hear about that. But this is not the case here. And I'm going to talk about some research activities, what we have implemented, and I'm going to touch upon previous speakers. When we talk about vulnerable population. And let me just end by saying that every single level of education is very specific, but it is impossible to exclude this moment of synergy. It needs to be present, since the elementary school all the way up to higher education, and most likely we are going to talk about this in more depth during this panel session. Formal education is a problem. It has been a problem for decades. And this formal education, at least, in this scenario, we have it in the Western Balkans. So it is kind of a culprit, being pronounced culprit because we don't have, our children don't have this critical thinking being developed, and then also adults, they are missing it too. So that would be from my side.
Actually, for initiating so many topics that we need to discuss during this panel in what you've just said. Natasha, next question will be for you. As I've announced in the beginning, you are a teacher. So what would you say, how hard it is for teachers in schools who, by the priority of the job, have to work with kids, with young people all the time, to keep up with everything that information technologies bring with it every day, and then to be able to transfer the knowledge to their students and those who are younger? Do you think it's something that you have, as a part of your job, enough capacities, enough time to be able to do?
Përshëndetje. Do të flas në gjuhën time. Atëherë, unë jam mësuese, përfaqësoj arsimin e mesëm të ulët. Grupmoshat ku punoj unë nga klasa e 6. High school education from 6th grade to 9th grade, and they almost lack that sort of thinking. When we became part of the piloting of this project, I was selected as one of the teachers to represent our school. And at the same time, I was familiarized to this project. The most important part was for me to understand what MIL was, to understand it for myself, and then to transfer it to my students. From the trainings I participated in, almost throughout the year, I understood that MIL was very important to current times where media plays a crucial role in decision making. Also, I understood that in the meantime, this method could be used as an instrument in my work and in my teaching practice. Besides this, by continually being trained, I had to transfer this knowledge to my colleagues throughout different subjects. Also, the experience I gained from this project was very important to me in my own professional development as well as personal development.
then to transfer this to my students and enable them to know how to channel, to look for proper resources of information. Many times we are media consumers, but media brings forth different information and sometimes they do not show reality. Through this project, I was able myself to gain more new information and then transfer that to my colleagues and students who must know how to channel the way they receive information to address proper resources such as books, libraries, and official web pages, as well as to know how to select the proper information they need in relation to their subjects at school, and then analyze and assess the content of this information. I believe that MIL must be used as a learning situation as well, not just a teaching one. In daily reality, we are faced with different things, and many times in my subject, and I teach civic education, my subject offers me the commodity to use various situations that I may have heard of in the media and start my class with a piece of news or a specific situation. And many times I see that students are more interactive, they share their opinions, but sometimes they are also curious. And what I want to transfer to my students through MIL is that they will mainly be empowered and enabled how to use this content for themselves.
Another question. How long do you think and how intense do you think that educating teachers about MIL needs to be in order for them to be able to work with students on these topics? Since we're speaking about the future of MIL in formal education, what do you think the training of teachers should look like in the future?
I believe that trainings on MIL must be continuous because new things come up every day and the reality changes. And the difficulty stands in the fact that teachers are, are not great users of these technologies, innovative technologies coming up every day. So continual training is very important, but at different times. And at different times it should be very effective.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aloshi, for this insights that you gave us into your experience. Mr. Savic, you mentioned in your previous answer that something we should talk about as a part of this panel is the current state of formal education in general. So my question would be, what do you identify as the current issues with the formal education system, at least speaking for Bosnia and Herzegovina, and how do these challenges affect the idea of implementing MIL into formal education? Meaning if some basic things are not set up the way they are, does it make sense to try and add more?
Ja načelno sebe doživljavam kao eksperta u ovoj oblasti, ali evo pokušat ću ovo isto sa svojim saznanjima da kažem par riječi na tu temu. U suštini postoje neki obrazovni modeli koji su u svijetu pokazali svoju snagu kada referišemo.
Strong across the world. So if we look at our education system, all the levels of it, we can see that we have the traditional lectures dominant in our system. And that is a huge problem in my mind because it doesn't really motivate students to learn, but it also opens the issue related to the experience and expertise of teachers themselves. So unlike chatbots and other forms of the artificial intelligence that can actually follow the machine learning trend. Well, unlike that, teachers cannot really follow these processes at the same level. So I think this is a huge problem. And if you allow me to refer to the project that we did within this project, Digital World of Digital Competencies, that was meant for teachers also, in primary schools in Republika Srpska, we saw within this project this generation gap between younger teachers and older teachers. And what was rather obvious from the results of the poll that we had among teachers was the discrepancy between their own perception of their own literacy and the actual literacy, media literacy that they have. These two things did not really match. Their media and information literacy is at a far lower level than they think it is. And there are a number of other problems that exist here, and it is really difficult to prevent certain social inequality that will arise after such subjects, such courses are introduced. So if you allow me to say something about the vulnerable population groups, we studied the media literacy among different categories, and we also assessed the availability of digital technologies, its availability to children living in rural areas. And with regard to internet security and safety, the children living in urban area know how to recognize it, how to protect themselves from it, while children living in rural areas think that some fictitious white van is a greater threat to them because it will kidnap them rather than internet threats that they come across. So there is a huge discrepancy among them. So we would now need a solution for this, a solution that would take into account the intensity of social changes with regard to digital processes. And in principle, we can only talk about sustainable rather than permanent solutions. There's one thing that I would like to ask you. You come from the university level of education and you implemented the project in primary schools. So what do you think, is media literacy a subject that should be present across the levels of education, or only in primary schools or something else? So because at the university level the young people rely on their own resources. Well, as I have already said in my answer to a previous question, we do not we didn't have any major resistance in Bosnia and Herzegovina, at least when people tried to introduce religious subjects into schools. But this religious content in schools can be seen from a certain angle as undermining critical thinking. On the other hand, MIL, on the basis of our results, can be seen as some sort of a taboo. That's a bit strong term, but I'm going to use it anyway. So if you don't need to have some technical knowledge to study any religious subject. And as my colleague has just said, this resistance can be understood even without a criticism directed towards these people. So if you haven't undergone through the formal education process, if you haven't studied these new subjects, it is very difficult later on to catch up in terms of this knowledge. So there is a specific situation that primary school teachers are in. They work with young children. They have to adapt this content to the level of primary school children, and they themselves have a lot to catch up with at the same time. And they are in a more difficult situation than teachers at a higher level of education. And there is religious instruction in Republika Srpska in primary and secondary schools, and there are initiatives to introduce religious instruction at the university level. So I think there is no doubt that MIL should be introduced into all our levels of education. That would be a counter argument to this current initiatives in.
I would like to turn back to Ms. Olivera Nikolic once again, and we in the previous round spoke about the most vulnerable parts of our society when it comes to MIL. My following question would be, what do you think are the broader benefits to the society once MIL becomes a part of the formal education, once it becomes an important social topic?
Hvala na pitanju. Ja, kao što sam rekla jučer, ali evo da podsjetim...
Yesterday, the experience of Montenegro with regard to media literacy is some 14 years long. We introduced MIL in 2009 as an elective course, and the experience of practitioners in education teaches us that children who attended media literacy as a course show much better results in their further education. They are more creative, more communicative. They have the critical thinking skills. So if we look at these small focus groups of a few hundred students who attended the MIL as a subject, and if we see their perception and their results, then we can say, based on this example, that there are huge benefits. So the media literacy, having in mind the skills it requires and the values it promotes, is definitely something that will empower our citizens in terms of their resiliency towards the challenges of today's information chaos that we live in terms of disinformation, conspiracy theories, manipulations. So it will help them navigate this ocean of information. It will help them to integrate their information knowledge and relate them to their skills of deciphering messages that they receive from different media outlets. It can help them to be more effective in creating such content. So this is simply a huge advantage, considering the values and the skills that the media literacy brings about for the society in general.
A question for you, Ms.
Thank you very much, Olivera.
would you say, speaking of the context of Albania, are the current opportunities for advancements in the future when it comes to MIL, informal education? What can be changed? What can be improved?
Atëherë, duke qenë se aktualisht gjithë bota është në epokën e digitalizimit, absolutisht edhe arsimi, domethënë, njihet si një ndër format më të mira për të edukuar paraprakisht fëmijët dhe më pas qytetarët e ardhshëm lidhur me
citizens on the world that now is massive. We are all exposed in any form to the media and information, different information that it brings forth, fake or true. The work we have been doing for 2 years now in Albania in relation to MIL, of course, started with the study of the MIL curriculum, and then our work to select, or better say, prepare information for the training of teachers in pre-university education. We're talking here about basic and high school education. I can say that although we faced skepticism beforehand when talking about MIL, the first question was, what does it benefit to us? What do we need it for? And after the training received, the teachers, because everything was localized in the 3 main pillars, which are the treatment of MIL as an information resource, and then the other part, the development of high order thinking skills. And what is most important, the creativity part, how students can receive the material, work on it, and then have their own approach to the material. So I think that absolutely MIL has had an impact on the part where we have been piloting it. We trained and then mentored these schools and students in the way they treat their school subject, and the assessment that we made as regards their assignments, their creativity, and the way that they were able to defend their work and their opinion based on true resources with strong basis, with strong scientific basis, because currently I am a specialist on chemistry curriculum, and I saw regarding my subject that students, all examples or experiments they had to do were able to argue for and defend it scientifically based on the facts that they had been reading in safe information resources. So I believe absolutely MIL is one of the main points for the development of our society and youth as we go on. If you want me to add anything else?
Hana, ja bih se uključila ako mogu za trenutak, jer nekako ostala...
Hannah, I would like to add something if it's fine with you, because I would like to round up my answer. We shouldn't be naive and think that the media literacy will solve all our problems. That is impossible, and it's not fair to shift the responsibility to our citizens entirely, and we shouldn't think that by making them media literate that they can that we can solve all the problems. So certainly the major responsibility lies on the state and its regulators, then the media, professional media that are responsible for truthfulness and the standards, and then politicians, and only then we can hold our citizens responsible and accountable. And we in Montenegro have certain media outlets that aren't even registered. They are recognized as platforms for spreading disinformation, propaganda, for discrediting political opponents. They refuse to become registered, while the regulator is rather hesitant in terms of sanctioning that. And then there were cases that when the police arrested people for certain posts on social networks, and these people simply reposted certain information published in media outlets while nobody held the media responsible.
We had an example of reality, thousands of those who subscribed against the reality program, and they actually absorbed content of media and did it aggressively. And well, of course, there are serious consequences. And then you received information that everything was under the law. There is a question as to why do we have such laws and we can do anything because we have this socially irresponsible behavior. So these are, I would say, in this active politics. So these actually things should be prerequisites. First of all, responsibility on the part of the state that we have huge, big media companies, and then media literacy can yield some good results. And well, I just needed to speak about that. Thank you very much, Olivera. I do believe that we all agree with this, but we do not have actually any decision makers in this area. So that's why we are focusing on education.
Since you're in charge of the curriculum for chemistry and how skills acquired through MIL are implemented in that scientific branch, and that's something that sounds really cool to me. And I went back and wished I had the same capacities through education. Perhaps it would help understand the science in general even better. So thank you. Mr. Dautai, back to you. We spoke a bit about the social benefits of MIL. Since you are part of the educational system, I would like to hear your assessment. How long do you think that educational institutions need to have MIL integrated into their work for a society to be able to see and feel these benefits in a long-term context? Obviously, we all agree during these 2 days that nothing will change overnight, that nothing can change while implementing MIL in 1 or 2 schools. Of course, everything that Olivera just said is a very significant, broad context. But speaking of schools and the amount of influence they can achieve, what time do you think is necessary for a change to be visible?
Well, you have entered in a digital area. It will be our companion forever. In a way, there's no time to say this is. But anyway, the discussion previously have been whether to have a subject, whether on media and information literacy, to develop at a certain level of education. But if you have a subject, you don't have media and information literacy as an instrument for teaching, for the whole process of teaching and learning for our school. It will be there, a specialist, a teacher that is specialized in teaching media and information literacy, and the students that enter that, let's say, subject area, they will get some knowledge. But they will not be able to use media and information literacy as a tool for life, because this is life skills. This is the point, that is competence. We create, let's say, the patterns of thinking, the patterns of doing things, and this is what we get with us in all our life. Every time, because the first sentence is, because we speak of disinformation, malinformation, the first sentence is that information can be this way. Every time that we get information, we are in front of certain information. The first thing that should come in the mind of everyone is, well, it may be manipulated, it may be this way. So we start activating the patterns of doing things, and they are, let's say, algorithm. Entering this algorithm, because that was even the key word that's related with the artificial intelligence, and that's why this kind of education is connected with that and help both of them in this process. So considering media information as an instrument for teaching and learning, it will be there forever as a whole school approach, as a life skills, not just related to a certain period or to a certain area of education or to a subject. In this framework, it should be there forever. The question is how to make it part of the everyday, of the culture of teaching and learning. That's the problem. Because if it's a routine, okay, you have met your objectives. It's a culture issue, which is something instinctive. So you do it. It's the way you do it. You don't need any more training. So that's the ultimate goal of doing this. And in order to do this, we have to make it part of the system. What we have done so far is we pilot this. And the next stage is that we are going to involve in the next phase some other school. We're entering vocational education, which is not, in Albania, it's not under the Ministry of Education, it's under the Ministry of Finance. It's a strange thing, but
okay.
So, which means that in order to enter those schools, we have to have some bureaucracies to make them part of the system, and also in some other schools. But what is the importance that we have to start in this the first 6 months of this year is that we want to involve all teacher trainers of primary education in this training. We have 60, let's say, education offices around Albania. Each of them have their trainers for all subjects. In this phase, we are going to involve the social studies trainers. And in the next year, in the project that you have 23-24, we have planned to involve all teacher trainers for high school. This means that all country, in a pyramidal scheme, all trainers, all subjects will be trained on media information literacy. And by law, they are obliged to transmit this training at our teachers in the area of teaching. So you reach all the teachers in a way. We are we are aware that there will be something getting lost in this process of pyramidal scheme, but we are going to keep on with this process. And from the other side, which I think is important, maybe it's another question, but we have a kind of initiative of the Ministry of Education to work with universities that prepare teachers. So initial teacher training. So far, we used to use the word functional illiteracy because the new teachers had a diploma, but the diploma or all knowledge and skill doesn't serve the purpose for the pre-university level. So we had a kind of agreement between universities and Ministry of Education to change their programs, at least their master in education, to unify that nationally, and this curricula to be based on the curricula of pre-university education. So this is the right time, that create this opportunity that this project at pre-university can be extended in packages of education that prepare teachers, so initial teacher training. So have a kind of unified curricula that will serve a purpose for this. So you make it part of the whole system, not just certain areas or related to a number of teachers or trainers, but you start to make it part of the whole system. So there is a chance that once it's part of the system, moves itself. And the problem is how to maintain this active. And that's another job, but at least we have paved the way that the whole system consider this as very important, consider this an instrument, a life skills that it's important to have it, not just related to some, let's say, knowledge or certain skills that are separate from other. having an instrumental teaching and learning process made it be there forever, not have limits of
Can you just tell me shortly, please? I have a question. You mentioned that you have 60 offices around the country that will now provide trainers for specific subjects.
In each office, we have a trainer for each subject. So we have 720 trainers for each level.
How long did it take and how complicated was it to build this infrastructure?
Well, we had 20 years ago, we had this system.
Oh, okay. Forget my question. Moving on. Okay.
Okay. We changed it during the way, but then we found out that this is the best way to, at least because there are a lot of agencies that offer training, but the best way to offer what you have, say, yours as a curriculum or policy makers, because you have some responsibility. If you say quality and equality, you have to provide the same quality to all. So this is a responsibility of the state to make this happen. But this was the best way to do things, to keep them there.
Okay, makes sense.
Having others.
Okay, thank you very much. Elizaveta, back to you. We've spoken in the previous panels a bit about the political and social implications that illiteracy or the spread of fake news and everything else produces. What would you say, once again, in a broader context, are the potential consequences of not having media and information literate societies? What would be the political and the social consequences? And I mean, they already probably are in some intensity present.
Faktikisht kjo është një çështje që është aktuale dhe nuk është që pritet në të ardhmen të jetë objekt, por mendoj që duke edukuar, pra procesi e edukimit për median dhe informim do jetë një ndër format për të zgjedhur informacionin dhe për të patur ndoshta një shoqëri ndoshta pak më inteligjente dhe më pak të prekur nga informacionet fake. Neve pak më parë patëm gazetarët të cilët kishin edhe midis tyre pjesën e
journalists who among them had in the former panel that we had journalists who discussed proper journalism and those who just work in the media and making information for the sake of making money. This is something growing that I don't think we can avoid, but by educating and by starting MIL and information selection, we can do a little, so to say, as the previous speaker said, that this is not the biggest thing that we can do, but it serves to educate and make it possible for society to be a bit more protected against attacks through mass media or fake materials circulating everywhere in every sort of media. And also in the part of school education, which is something that concerns me even more since I am part of the school education system. So for this, I can probably talk even more, and that is my main concern, actually.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm stuck. Okay, I will stay like this.
Sorry.
Okay. Gospodine Saviću, pitanje za vas. Valjda da zadržim još malo na ovom pitanju implikacija i posljedica jednog medijski i informatički nepismenog društva.
Mr. Savić, this is not something that is yet to happen, but that it can actually get worse in the society. So what is it that is detrimental to the society in this regard?
Koji sam već čuli prošireno što sam već rekao načelno, ta neka priča različitih.
I'd like to say, well, this story about various social actors when it comes to their accountability and responsibility, when it comes to level of media literacy and information literacy. Well, there is a complex issue, I would say, and well, these active policies of media literacy, we are aware.
Pojedinaca. Pa smo nekad I dan danas vrlo aktualne takvine politike tržišta rada, gdje vi kao pojedinac kroz nekakav koncept životnog učenja.
We do have the lifelong learning concept. We have to adjust to the changes in the society through different ways. But to go back to our topic, we should actually have some should distinguish between subtle nuances. We first have parents who can restrict the access of their children to inadequate media content and restrict the consuming this media content, because children are the most vulnerable category in my mind. And then with regard to our research, I can tell you that most children, whether from urban or rural area, at least in Republika Srpska, do not have the access to PCs, to laptops or computers of any kind. They have their smartphones, and small wonder that they see smartphones as the source of entertainment. And the popular culture is a consumerist culture, more or less. And it turns children into consumers. And you have a whole flood of documentaries dealing with this problem. So then, from the context of primary socialization, children move on to secondary one through the preschool education or primary school, where children have already built their relationship towards digital technology. Between learning and entertainment, children will always choose entertainment. So there is no doubt about it. And you cannot adopt a law to prevent parents from allowing their children to watch some YouTuber or some influencer. The access is problem, and access is controlled by parents. And then these competencies become much more developed as we go through the education system. And this reduces the ability of our children to think critically, and it is actually not fair on children. They cannot deal with all this. We adults can hardly deal with this. So I think essentially we are talking about an agenda that is behind all this. This is not a conspiracy theory, but clearly there is some agenda, some sort of agenda that stands behind this. And the point is to make children consumers, to turn them into consumers. So within our research, we have seen that the social capital of parents is something that is very important for socializing children in the context of media and information literacy. So children are afraid of other children whose parents are IT experts, because they are aware that children of IT experts are much more tech savvy than they are. And this reflects on the issue of internet or online security, which is astonishing, really, because if you look at the age difference or potential between students and children, the conclusion is obvious.
What our previous speaker mentioned, for a significant role are the parents, and the role of the parents in being the let's say the monitoring and the overseeing capacities for children when they're out of schools. Obviously, there's a limited amount of impact you can make inside the classroom, and the majority of their lives is outside of the classroom. What is your experience? How involved are parents in this type of educating their children? And is there a responsibility of teachers to affect the parents as well, and perhaps to teach them about things that our previous speaker just spoke about that they might not be aware of?
Very true. Cooperation with parents must be decisive, because students go through the teaching process, and we have a decisive role in the control of information in that process within the education institution. In our education institutions, of course, we have digital tools such as computers, internet use, that we can use during our class. And we have the responsibility here for these children to be controlled as to where they go to look for information. But from my experience as a teacher, I think that information should not be taken only through the internet. Many times I tell my students that the internet does not always share true information. But I highly stress that books give correct information and a reference point. And I think that our students, and generally speaking in the Western Balkan region, this issue is present. Children have gone away from books. It would be very effective, in my opinion, if in every library there could be a digital section where children can have access to take information within the teaching process on a specific subject. Labs that are specifically usable by both the children and the teachers. This would be very effective. In the same time, as a teacher, I think we have some custody programs in cooperation with parents in regards to MIA programs, and we can guide the parents as to where they can look for information on the assignments given to their children by us as teachers, so that they can control their teachers. So cooperation between students, teachers, and parents, this trio would be very effective. And also control on insecurity and on the internet. This cooperation, I think, is present, and we often treat these topics in parent-teacher meetings or in custody classes planned by us as teachers.
Thank you very much, Natasha. Those were some good propositions based on your experiences. Thank you for sharing that. And to kind of end this round, Olivera, back to you on Zoom. Would you say that there is, or that there should be a link between the level of media freedoms and the level of media and information literacy, meaning in a sense where media freedoms are lower, it would be more beneficial for the society to have higher levels of media and information literacy?
Ja sam to na neki način dotakla u onom svom mimo redosleda uključenju. Dakle, ako medijske slobode prije svega vežemo za pitanje odgovornosti, znači ko je odgovoran za da kreira ambijent da bi mediji mogli slobodno da rade svoj posao i profesionalno da rade svoj posao bez pritisaka, da štite javni interes i tako dalje. To svakako jesu države. Drugi nivo koji je odgovoran za stvaranje jakog javnog mnjenja, to jesu prije svega profesionalni mediji, kojima to danas uopšte nije lako, imajući u vidu sa kojim se sve izazovima opstanka suočavaju. Dakle, od onog izazova održivosti, oni kao glavni proizvođači profesionalnih i dobavljači profesionalnih informacija jedva i da opstaju, dok recimo velike tehnološke kompanije koje su više kompilatori i distributeri tog istog sadržaja enormno zarađuju. Dakle, mediji danas jesu jako puno izazvani, medijske slobode jesu i tekako izazvane i ne možemo znači govoriti da bez njih, prije svega bez društva, bez države koja kreira ambijent i koja je zadužena za taj ambijent, za njihovo profesionalno i slobodno djelovanje, pa mediji koji moraju i jedini su koji su, govorimo o profesionalnim medijima koji
professional media that protect the public interest in terms of informing the public. These two components are necessary. They are necessary preconditions for media freedoms, and only then can we move on to the users and the active media strategies and policies towards our citizens. And if ever we have these conditions fulfilled in democratic society in terms of abiding by professional standards, then we can request our citizens to be able to recognize quality, to award quality, to reward it. And that would be the proper path.
Impression is that everyone but the state does their job in fulfilling all of their duties regarding media and information literacy, but okay, maybe things will change, hopefully. We have like 8 more minutes, so it's your time now, of course. We have 8 more minutes for potential questions from the audience. Now I think everyone knows what does this mean. Can my colleague please give the microphone? I'm kidding, if you don't have any questions, I won't pressure you. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay. The colleague, please, give my colleague the microphone. I know you always have good questions, you know. Do the question, yes. Wait the microphone.
Before I do the question, I want assurance that it won't kill me.
Okay, I will prepare physical barriers. Go.
It's great that we have various stakeholders here, and especially from elementary or secondary education level.
The light there.
But it's because of the dramatic effect.
Yeah.
This is all planned like this.
It's the lights.
I will come here. It's okay. Anyway, the question is not actually for you, Astrid, it's for the colleagues that work in the education field. I will share a brief example of myself when I was in high school, not very young, not very old. And when a professor of history made us a question, like to put us in this critical thinking loop, we were like blacked out. We didn't have the answer because we were used to reproduce the information from the books and not think critically about any alternatives.
Not for the lost.
Yes. So the question goes for you, like what would be the most impressive example of transmitting the media information literacy with the children at school? Any like impressive example or positive practice?
Shumë interesante pyetja. Në fakt më pëlqen të flas me gjëra konkrete. Po tregoj zbatimin e një ore mësimore duke përdorur metodën EMI ose edukimin për median dhe informimin. Nëse do ta cilësoj dhe temën mësimore, ishte vullnetarizmi, por ishte në klasën e 6, që grup mosha është mosha 12 vjeç, dhe ndërkohë e fillova me një lajm nga media. Ju e dini që në qytetin tim ran tërmeti.
In our country we had an earthquake, so we started with a piece of news from the media in regards to all the help provided us by the entire Balkan region. This was my teaching situation as a tool. This started the positive role, the discussion of the positive role of the media in this class. These were young students, but they gave very correct answers by saying that media acted in a awareness-raising role. It raised awareness in the entire region for humanitarian aid through different humanitarian organizations. So in this occasion, media played an important role. But again, I want to highlight that media does not always play a positive role.
Thank you. Answer. And thank you for the question. Your questions are highly appreciated, even though I put public pressure on you to produce them. Thank you very much.
If I may, a question for Mr. Savic?
Yes, you can. We have time for one.
Yes. So I have that expression that show me or tell me and I will remember, but show me I will never forget. So is there any tips that you can share that you utilize at your workplace as a professor to make the students actually feel a bit more accountable towards the knowledge that they are given to? Because sometimes students, and this might be a generalization, I'm sorry for that, but I must say it, are driven by the fact that they should study for the sake of the grades and the performance, but it happens that they do not really feel the connection with the knowledge given to them, which is also a responsibility. So how do you make this connection and match like to work better? Thank you.
Hvala za pitanje. Malo prije jedan panelist, u stvari s prošlog panela ste govorili o tu nekom egocentrizmu. Ne znam da li sam bio previše egocentričan ili nisam, načelno sve o čemu sam govorio uvažavam kao neku vrstu samokritike. Vrlo teško je prevazići.
Criticism directed towards me, and I think in order to resolve the structural problems in education, we have to identify the level at which something starts. I think it is very obvious if you look at the higher university education. Specifically speaking, I teach methodology of social research. That is my subject. And as you rightly mentioned, there is no institutional mechanism to introduce students into research practice. So my lectures are the traditional lectures when I teach lecture at students. So how can you then convey practical experience to your students? So how can you convey tricks of trade, your trade to them? That is rather difficult. And there is a third form of teaching that can help us solve these problems, but it happens usually outside the formal education. It is namely a professional practice. At my faculty of political science in Banja Luka, we had different ideas how to solve the problems with regard to the low numbers of students at certain courses, and I am a sociologist by vocation, and for 4 or 5 years we enrolled only 10 students at most. So we knew we had to change something. We had an idea how to change it, but certain older colleagues were not willing to introduce these changes. So we realized we had to turn towards applied sociology, and then we had to fight, so to say, with our older colleagues, and then we produced a new curricula that, in addition to the theoretical part, includes the professional, practical part. And I think that would be my answer to your question. The students that who have to face the labor market, they first have to learn there is certain value in both theory and practice. But if you leave them at the theoretical level only, they will not be able to navigate the labor market at all.
Čekaju ih mentori. Jedno od prvih pitanja koje ih mentori ne pitaju.
They have mentors within their practice, and
how you can actually contribute to our actually company firms. Well, actually, they will become sociologists, and well, there are expectations from the other side. You know, there are expectations which are too high, and within this context, well, definitely things are changing. And I'm just talking, let's say, when we talk about elementary schooling system, I think it would be better if there were any kind of content related to media and information literacy, not as a separate subject. It is good if we had one rather than nothing. At least, you know, those digital technologies would be accessible to certain children because they don't have it at home. Because in principle, I don't know how much you have talked about it, but the biggest problem is when we talk about elementary schooling system is actually the infrastructure, and that is a problem. There are not very many computers out there. There are schools where there are no computers, you know, so teachers have to bring over their own computers, and you know, their children use those computers, and they become obsolete. And in Republika Srpska, I know that there was a project implemented, and at least some schools were able that at least one classroom was actually equipped with some laptops, and those laptops actually are not functional anymore. They haven't been functional for a couple of years, and the authorities, they do not think about any project, and they want to implement a subject that is related to media and information literacy, not only at the level from grade 1 to 5, but from grade 6 to 9. So the situation is a little bit better because they have this special computer room, but however, students, because of their condensed timetable, they have no time to go to this very computer room. Even if there is no such infrastructure, it is even better to have something rather than nothing. And I do remember, and I will bring it to a close, when I was in the secondary school, when we had this subject, information technologies, and so what we were doing actually, we were using some program languages, and they were out of use, and there was no infrastructure back then. And in that famous public sector, and I come from it personally, that many people actually, they kind of fall asleep, and you know, if they used to follow certain trends after you know, quite some time, they stop following what's going on. So that would be from my
question as well. It's truly makes us think. Makes me think. I don't know what does it make you think, but like the topics we're discussing, are they completely relevant to the reality we live? I mean, with all the ambitions we have, if we don't have the computers, what change can we make? But okay, let's hope things will change for better. I would like to thank our panelists for their contribution to this panel. Once again, I think a lot has been said in these 2 days, and this was definitely a significant panel with very specific recommendations on how to address questions of MIL in formal education in the future. So thank you for this. We can have an applause. And now again, please leave, because we have another panel coming, and it will go on right away. That is why I said that you need to leave. Our next panel is MIL in non-formal education. Believe it or not, we will be speaking about MIL a bit more. It's not a long panel. We will have insights from different stakeholders. Once again, young journalists, representative of youth organizations, and we will try to exchange views on how to strengthen MIL in non-formal education. So, are you ready? First of all, we have Ms. Anastasia Čorović, who is the president of Association Srce na dlanu from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yes. Come here. Do not be afraid. Sit. We have Mr. Armin Tulfo, who is a journalist from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I need a help with this name. I think this is our most prominent speaker. Yes. Help me, please. How do I pronounce? Jensen. Okay. Mr. Jensen Cela. Is it Cela or Cela? Cela. Okay. I will just call you the prominent speaker from now on, who is a journalist from Albania. Mr. Georgije Vasiljević, who is a co-founder of Minds Europe and associate professor at Faculty of Science, University of Novi Sad in Serbia. And Mr. Hasan Sami Ostur, who is a member of Foreign Relations Department at Turkey Youth Foundation. Okay, now before we begin, I would like to ask all of you who are still here to ask questions after the panel discussion, because the man who has this responsibility is now on the other side, and please do not fail his trust and my trust as well. Thank you.
Pose the question and answer it.
When we finish, you can go back there. Okay. Anastasia, my first question will. Is it? Jel radi?
Pa ne baš.
Ne baš. Okay. Dok Anastasia ovo napravi, ja ću onda ići sa pitanjem za Armina. Armine, my first question for you. Okay, once again, a couple of times we have mentioned the problem. I mean, it's not a problem, it's a fact of reality, where the attention span of young people is getting smaller. Their interests in a sense of what forms of content they want to see is also shifting. We do not see young people buying newspapers in the morning, having coffee with newspapers. We see them most of the time looking at their mobile phones. So from the perspective of journalism, what would you say how to trigger and then manage to maintain? You did not expect this. The attention of youth on quality content.
Yes, I would just like to say briefly, greetings to everyone here, greetings to you, and I have such admiration for you for managing this long conference today. And before I say that, I actually have to use this opportunity to greet some of my loyal supporters, and that is my parents who are watching us right now. And I have to say, Mama sretan ti rođendan.
Oh, happy birthday, Mom. Okay.
Najveća podrška i na neki način razlog da sam ja danas tu. To answer a question, yes, forms of content are shifting, and today I am, even though I am only 23 years old, I'm surrounded by generations who are definitely unaware of the traditional forms of content that used to be very popular, such as newspapers and copy or print media. So today we see the advent of short-form content on TikTok and YouTube Shorts and so on. And it is definitely a social fact. We cannot fight it. We cannot resist it. Short-form content is here to stay, whether we like it or not. The only thing that we can do as producers of informative and educational content is actually use these platforms to our advantage. Instead of fighting it and producing longer forms of articles, and even perhaps these conferences like this, which are very long and even tiring for some of us here, then we have to pose the question how fun or entertaining they are to younger people who are definitely the most important pillar here, and the audience that we want to touch and connect and to influence. So I would honestly recommend, since I have a lot of experience and I've worked with NGOs, and I have to say thank you to Croa here, I would like to advise them perhaps to definitely utilize these short forms of content to even bring some sort of trends or buzzwords or TikTok dances, perhaps, just to entertain the younger audience to actually pay attention to us. I'm afraid that times are really changing. The things that are happening today are something that is essentially ripping through the social bonds of our societies. Social media platforms have become the main sources of information for younger people in terms of, or at the expense of traditional media, at the expense of traditional news agencies and stations. I honestly don't know personally how much I spend time watching TV as TV. I mostly get my content and my information from the internet. However, being a media and information literate means that I know how to check the content that I'm consuming, how to know which content is relevant and reliable and objectively truthful and which content is not. So definitely push stronger for these MIL skills so that, yes, we can accept these newer trends and essentially live with them.
Okay, I have another question for you because of something you mentioned, but please let's keep it short. But I have to ask it. Since these are some kind of new criterion for journalists of the content they need to produce in order to get the attention of youth, do you think it is harder? Because it means, for example, if you want to be on YouTube or TikTok, you need to know how to film, you need to know how to edit, you need to know how to produce the content you will say in front of the camera, which is pretty much different than doing journalism for newspapers or other forms of journalism. It simply asks for more skills. So is it putting journalists in front of more and more requests to be able to reach the audience?
Yes, I'm afraid the answer is positive. Not only do they have to possess a variety of skills, including production, including editing, including filming and audio production, but they also have to have this energy, this charisma that perhaps journalists sitting in newsrooms and writing don't have to possess per se. So definitely the objectives are getting higher. It is getting increasingly harder to be a part of this very dynamic field of journalism. But then again, I believe that there are a lot of programs, a lot of even informal types of education that we can, where we can actually gather these skills and where we can learn about them and practically get to practice them and of course employ them in our daily lives. I'm also a content creator for social media platforms, and I know the struggle is real. I have to do everything by myself, but then again, that has taught me to be a more capable individual, a more perhaps interesting individual. So yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much, Armin. Next question, Jensen.
Jensen.
This sounds like Johnson. I'm gonna go with Johnson.
Jensen Batten,
okay.
Formula One driver.
Okay, Johnson. My question for you to stick a bit about on the topic of formats we use to communicate. From your experience, do you think there is, besides these main characteristics that we need to consider, are there some specific formats that work well with youth, such as memes, graphics, maybe articles, but not the long ones, maybe ones with some special design? I have no idea. Do you have an idea what could be a valuable way of communication?
First of all, thanks for having me here. It's a privilege and also a social responsibility. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the floor and the opportunity to express my experience and my set skills through my lenses of experience. Going back to your question, actually, I'm also a writer. I write graphic novels and comics. And I see the very relevant and positive ways to spread over the messages. And it's also entertaining. And my key recommendation would be to invest as much as possible on the mixed ways of information distribution. And I would like to quote also the editor of my graphic novel, which is entitled Forced Eviction from the Rail Station, that there is not a fixed formula to deliver content or a message. You can use everything that works, as far and as long as it gets through the message. Also, memes are a very powerful tool in delivering messages in a short time, and they have the ability to be shared throughout the internet. And we know that is an immense ocean of information, and it also utilizes the algorithm of sharing. As well as I would also suggest that young journalists should also work on semi-journalistic articles, short articles up to the point, but also written with vivid thoughts, like also entertaining and informative as well. And the key word for this would be utilizing edutaining. It's like a match or a merge or a fusion between education and entertaining to make like the article also more tangible and easy readable by the younger audience.
Thank you. This is very useful. Thank you. Moving on to Mr. George Vasiljevich. You work both at university and the non-governmental sector. Do you think there is a difference in the perception of importance of MIL in these two sectors?
Well, regarding my work at faculty, I can divide it into 3 dimensions. So I have lecturing, research, and projects. And regarding my work in the NGO, it's only projects. So if the project within the NGO work is not related to let's say, young people or anything which can be related to media or journalism, then it doesn't have such context with MIL. But regarding my work at faculty and especially lecturing with young people who are aged from 19 to 20 something or even 30, I have a lot of experience regarding trying to make them consider and create critical thoughts regarding media, especially digitalization of digital media. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Georgia. We will come back a bit more in the second round on these differences and perhaps how these sectors might be able to work together.
I just, if I may, I would just follow up to the first speaker regarding the content. Sometimes I'm sure if any of the audience is a professor at maybe university or
yes, I am.
Secondary school. Okay. Sometimes I have feeling that I need to be a stand-up comedian when I teach, because of the content, because of those short, funny content that they appear in their every. I'm speaking, of course, about young adolescents. So sometimes I need to be like comedian to have at least 1 or 2 jokes. Even you had at least 7 jokes today and yesterday. Okay. So even if the contents, I teach to both geoscience students and also to tourism and hospitality students. Even though if it is natural science or social science, you need to be funny, because if you're not funny, they will take their phones and read something else and not listen to you. So, but if you make something funny, then they will you will grab their attention and then they will follow you up. Sorry, but I need just to follow up.
Thank you, Georgia. Hassan, my question for you. We are speaking a lot about integrating MIL, formal, non-formal education. If we imagine this ideal world where it is integrated, both informal and informal education, it happens continuously, and the world is a better place. But what kind of support does youth need once their awareness gets to a certain point? Okay, now we are aware that MIL is a thing. We need to continuously learn. What happens next?
I think this is a very important question, because many previous panelists also mentioned that this is just the beginning of where we want to get. Also, some other panelists mentioned that it is not only like you gave the right information to them, you gave the truth, but maybe they don't want to consume that. So even we have the enough awareness, we done all of the trainings, MOOCs, still there are 2 sides we have to choose between. Like as an individual, also I'm exposed to many information, and most of the time, to be honest, I let that go. I am okay, even I know that it is some fake news, but still, most of the time, I prefer to stay in my comfort zone, because I have been believing in those like values, people, such information, such word that I prefer to live in. Like our friend said that we have like alternative words, to believe in. I don't want to go out of my comfort zone. And I think this is acceptable because the threat can be disgusting, and it takes lots of courage. It takes lots of time to fight against that and make the world a better place. This is the second option, but this is not like always possible for everyone, and I don't blame anyone who goes with the first option. You know, you are exposed to disinformation, fake news, mail news, but still somehow you are okay. I mean, you maybe close your eyes and you just say that it is okay, even though I know it is not right. So once we get that awareness, and some people, I mean, most of the people are born to follow some leaders. I believe that. It's my personal opinion, but I also feel like this is logical. I mean, everyone can't be taught leaders. Some people have to follow them so they can call themselves as leaders. So somehow in our NGOs, while we are doing all kinds of activities, not only related to MIL, I think since we are volunteers at NGOs, it is our part of our job, daily job, to discover those youths who want to stand up and who want to fight against those disinformation. So we have to find ways to encourage them, and we have to find ways to make them more visible in civil life. It doesn't only have to be in like political way. While we were talking today, one of our panelists mentioned that like gender equality and other things. So it is always like, even though we know the reality, it is not that easy to take action. For example, we know that in almost all around the world, unfortunately, women get underpaid comparing to men. But once we have our own company, it is a big question for ourselves. Are we going to act equal to all of our employees, or we will just steal from their pockets? So even though we know that, because otherwise it would be too naive to accept that without these trainings, with these trainings, everyone will be more aware and everything will get better. It doesn't work that way. So we have to find some ways to encourage them, and maybe we can be even their follower, because their youth people are thinking in a very can think in a very different and creative way, and maybe they can find some better ways. We even would like to follow them.
Thank you, Hassan. We most certainly, at least on social media, have to follow someone. So why shouldn't that be some really cool young leaders who have an alternative to offer? Back to you, Anastasia. We're good now with the translation, everything?
Yes, okay.
Ok, mogu ja i ovako na našem jeziku postaviti pitanje. Kako vi procjenjujete zapravo šta su odgovornosti mladih? Dakle, van
on part of youth, out of the institutions, let's say youth in informal environment when it comes to transmission of knowledge of MIL. So when we have it, how can we transfer it to our peers? So do we have responsibility actually to deal with older generations? They do not have access to education sessions and similar. Once again, I have to apologize because I have a sore throat and I didn't hear you at the very beginning, but I do hope you can hear me. So when about informal education, I think we really have to introduce into formal education MIL, because we actually, so our elderly, our teachers and elderly ones, we can educate them. And if we transfer our knowledge, they will be able then to transfer to their students, and so that knowledge is going to be disseminated, and students can say, and they can actually transfer that to younger populations. So when it comes to education of elderly, so this is mandatory, if I can put it that way, so that so we have to invest into formal education. But unfortunately, projects like MIL and other similar projects, if there were no such projects, we would be really talking very little about such activities. So from my experience, I'm telling this from my experience, because there is no general answer, but I can say that yes, when it comes to MIL, so it is kind of not on the stage, like you had obsolete mobile phone before and new smartphones. Some people who wanted to be educated, actually they learned how to use smartphones and to use them. And nowadays we have people, and after 20 years and something, they don't know how even to turn on a smartphone. And we have some absurd situations. And today, let's say, when we take a look at TikTok, I don't use it, but TikTok, this is used by young people. There are advantages and disadvantages. You can see content that is being actually posted. If a person wants to be educated, you can see that content, and you can see content of a person who actually doesn't do that. TikTok can be a great network if it is used adequately. If you use TikTok and Instagram, I'm just giving an example, to post some content, I don't know how to say it, those contents that are not good for young people, for youth, then we are going, there will be no change. If you wanted to disseminate some posts related to seminars, and if it is going to be important for us tomorrow, let's say, for development, professional development of youth, so that would be a good idea. So social medias, if that is placed, posted in social media, always you can have a negative example, but we need to be educated, and so educate young people so that actually they can disseminate their knowledge. Thank you very much, Nastasia.
So we have spoken in the previous round a bit about what are the requests made, put actually in front of journalists today if they want to adapt to everything that social media brought with it. And the landscape of journalism in general has changed. For example, specifically in the context of Bosnia and Herzegovina, you have this huge amount of media that is simply not proportional to the amount of audience. So there is this not so rare brutal fight for audience. Laws do not regulate ownership over media, so it's all complicated pretty much. And my question would be, how is all of this impacting your career choice, your profession, your considerations whether to keep on working as a journalist, and you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right at the bat, I have to say that my primary preoccupation, as my title is a political scientist.
Mm-hmm.
However, I'm someone, because of a huge interest in media and journalism, who does journalism as well. I've had a chance to write a lot of articles and pieces, and actually, just like you mentioned, there's a cacophony of things going on, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the region, especially in terms of sensationalist news. We've heard before from our panelists, I don't have to repeat myself, or them. That is honestly a burden here with this last panel. I'm afraid that some of the things are going to be repeated. However,
we will pretend they're not. I can be shocked every time.
Nobody was listening. Applause every time. Yes, but I want to make a point that actually that cacophony of so many things and so many news that I personally believe that are not of highest quality was something that pushed me into this field, and something that encouraged me to be better, to do more, because I think that people deserve to know not only the truth, but also to have the information presented in a very, in a relatively entertaining way, so that we can keep their attention, but without it being clickbait, without it being sensationalist. Also, one of the things that I'm afraid is happening when it comes to journalism is it's getting increasingly dangerous to be a journalist. I've had a chance to interview some journalists from Belarus, and even exercising their basic human rights, for example, taking part in a protest, was enough to get them either imprisoned, unfortunately, or it was something what risked their safety. And honestly, I can tell you, writing some pieces on Belarus and China and Turkey is something that made me question actually whether my safety is going to be compromised. However, I believe that those are some of the sacrifices that we have to make if we want to see a society which is full of truthfulness, of information that is good quality. So aside from that, I believe that we have to fight the same way that others are fighting us, and to be stronger and to really reply to their threats with education.
With more threats.
With more threats, yes, no. So yes, that's exactly.
Okay, thank you. I always, it's a good switch, because when I listen to this youth perspective, I always feel that it's rebellious, because, and I love that, and I just wish that it never goes away, even when you are 80 years old. Please be like that, because that truly gives hope. Jenson, how would you assess the way I pronounce this name? Kills me every time. Okay, how would you assess the current state of MIL when it comes to youth in your country?
Before answering that question, here is a tip you can use to well pronounce my name. I mean, friends call me also Jackson. If that's easy for Jackson, feel free to call me that as well. So first of all, I feel lucky to have been exposed to MIL tools and methods. Before that, I knew something here and there. I had some skills. I read article with a grain of salt, like being suspicious as well as trying to figure out the relevance and reliability of the articles, of the pieces of news. But after being exposed with media information literacy tools, I knew for a fact that I was even more prepared to read proficiently information and also produce a quality, trustworthy, and relevant mediatic production, not only articles, but also other forms of spreading and sharing information and knowledge. Media information literacy actually is in a prenatal stage in the Albanian context, I must say. There are progressive steps made, which give me the impression and also the hope that there would be very good results. We will achieve very good results in the years ahead. But at the current stage that we are now, I think that youngsters should be exposed persistently towards the media information literacy skills at a very early age. If we have managed to include in the school curricula the coding skills, to teach the kids even in the kindergarten to make basic coding, we can for sure teach them something about reading proficiently information and articles, and even questioning that, not just reproducing the information and knowledge, but also questioning and reflecting upon the knowledge absorbed. And we know that children can very easily absorb everything and adapt to that information served to them. So that is very important, and I hope that there would be a third phase of this project, because based on my experience with young people at Roma Versitas Albania organization, in which I currently work, I can see that if I make a question out of the frame in which students are or pupils are used to navigate, they would feel kind of lost. That's why critical thinking it should turn out as a soft skill and life skill for them, in order to navigate safely and without compromising their genuinity in receiving the information and also applying it.
Yeah, that's really important what you said last. Thank you very much. Georgia, speaking from the perspective of university, what would you say are the benefits on one side and threats on the other of digital transformation?
Well, if there wasn't any digital transformation, we wouldn't be here, and people from Zoom platform wouldn't be able to follow us. So there are a lot of positive things. It is like when people or humans invented fire or were learned how to light fire. So it gave them lightning, it gave them warmth, but also a lot of people got burned by fire or even died by fire. So it is the same as with technology and digitization. We cannot do anything literally without digitization and modern appliances today in science, both natural and social sciences. We all use computers. We all use some softwares for discussions and gaining results from our research. Also, we use it in communication. We use it to hold a lecture. So we cannot do anything, literally anything today without modern appliances. Regarding negative effects, of course, people can use it in some negative aspects. Of course, that is cheating. So if, for instance, somebody would like to write a paper today, they can just type text in Serbian. You have Google Translate, you translate it into English. Google Translate developed really rapidly during the last couple of years. Yeah. If you want to rephrase it, you can use Grammarly or you can use Quillbot, so you can completely rephrase it, and it can be one good quality English paper or English journal or English chapter. And if you don't know how to write in Serbian, you can use some AI or artificial intelligence websites where you can just ask questions and get your answers. So there are a lot of positive and negative things regarding digitization and digital, let's say, digital revolution that happened in the past decade or even more.
Do you think it contributes to inequality? That's what I'm thinking about now, because not everyone has the access to everything what digital transformation has brought.
Inequality of what?
Inequality among people. Like, because speaking of the educational setting, not every student will have access to computers, to laptops, to tablets, to software maybe needed for school. That was truly visible when the COVID pandemic started and the classes shifted to online. Not all kids could actually access their classes at all because they didn't have enough devices at home with more kids, or they didn't have any devices at all. So I'm thinking whether, speaking of social consequences, digital transformation causes inequality, and what can we do about it?
Luckily, I come from the surroundings where every single person has even laptop or smartphone. But during the pandemic, during the lockdown, we needed to have lectures online. But I think that it didn't do any well for us as professors and also to them as students. As for instance, I have one obligatory course, and I have, let's say, 80 students, and from 80 students, some 70 students applied for the lecture, and I of course held the lecture from home. I said, okay, you see me, you need to see me. I want to see you. Please turn on the camera. And from 70, let's say 70 people, maybe 10 people turn on their cameras. I said, okay, I will not mind. Maybe you're not having makeup or something like that. So, okay, you can do that. And when I finished my lecture, so it was maximum 1 hour lecture. So I never do it more than 1 hour. I said, okay, bye-bye, see you next week. And I waited, and maybe 10 of them logged out. All others were still logged in. So nobody was listening. Yeah. They just, were by the phones and just waited and watched TV or doing something else. So it does not provide any good quality in education. It can, of course, contribute, but it has both sides, yin and yang. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Hasan, is there like a do you think there is a parallel front where we can fight disinformation specifically? So we have MIL on one side, but since we are constantly reminding ourselves of the huge production of fake news and the huge speed it's being distributed, what do you think about other ways to combat fake news, disinformation, and similar?
I can relate this question with the previous one. As I said, in my belief, there are two responses to disinformation. Just quick reminder, the first one is accepting that this might be disinformation, but I am okay with that. And second one is fighting with that. Since most of us do the first one, I think there are still passive ways of fighting with disinformation. Even you don't try to change, you don't try to make efforts to make things in a better way, but still you can passively fight against disinformation. For myself, for example, I try to get the knowledge from multiple resources. And also, shortly, I would like to mention something. When, unfortunately, in today's world, especially young people in my age think that if you don't follow mainstream media, if you get the news from Twitter or somewhere else, you are like more open-minded, you are like cool. But we don't think like big media outlets, maybe they cover their reporters like an individual blogger, news blogger, and they put that guy or girl on Twitter on purpose. So still we have to question, even we get the information from Twitter, maybe they work for some big companies, big media outlets. So I try to diversify my information resources, and also I try to keep in touch with like high-level thinkers in daily life to think and try to see what others think and also what other perspectives can be applied. Also, I think this must include, for example, like in the previous cool thing, like don't following big media outlets. Also, sometimes, most of the time, it is like if you are against your government, it is something still cool. But maybe your government is doing some right things as well, while they are doing bad things at the same time. So we shouldn't be like, we don't need to follow what is cool or not, but we try to balance and try to understand what others say and why they think this way, or even though we know that they get paid to say that, why some people pay them to say that. Maybe they are hiding something, or maybe they are trying to lead us somewhere. Do they do that because of their personal profit interest, or they are just hiding something? So we should, like in the previous panels, it is mentioned that like critical thinking is very important. We have to try to apply this all aspects. Also, we should be careful. Like, I mean, it can lead to paranoia. Like all the information can have like some hidden message. So somehow we have to accept that. I mean, even now, maybe I am trying to lead you somewhere because I am Hasan. Like as an individual, I have some beliefs. Maybe you don't follow that beliefs in your life. So it is okay. So somehow we can diversify our source of knowledge, and we should balance like fact checking, not to be like too paranoia. Everyone is trying to expose us what they believe, like government is trying to hijack our brains, everyone is trying to brainwash, but it doesn't work that way. Maybe their intention might be pure as well. So we have to be more open and if possible use the MIL tools as well. But Personally, I do that. I don't know, maybe we can discuss in NGO level, but personally, I do this.
Okay, thank you very much, Hasan. Okay, since we have 15 more minutes, and I know that the audience will have a lot of questions, I'm going to do a quick round of questions, but please keep it very short with your answers, of a sentence or two. So, Anastasia, my question for you, how to engage... Why are you doing that? Okay, how to engage young people who are not a part of the civil society, of non-governmental organizations, how to engage them in this topic?
Mlade definitivno možemo privući tako što bi mogli u strategiji mladih da uvrstimo nešto više o neformalnom obrazovanju, nažalost.
Through informal education, and as for the informal education, for example, in Banja Luka, where I come from, we have a strategy, a new strategy for the following 4 years, but this strategy does not mention informal education at all, which means that people who develop these strategies do not treat informal education as a source at all. So perhaps we can use NGOs or civic associations and different other organizations to reach young people and engage them in informal education, because informal education can mean much more than formal education. At least that is my experience, because whatever I have achieved so far, I've achieved thanks to informal education. So it can... Formal education fails to teach you many things and many skills that you will need in life later on. It's not enough for you to be good in your profession. You need other skills. As you said, you want brief answers, so that's it.
Artificial intelligence, what do you see as benefits? What do you see as threats? It is a very simple question.
Very simple sentences. There are more benefits, in my opinion, than threats right now. The main threat really is using artificial intelligence for low-cost misinformation campaigns and hate-directed campaigns to some social groups who are usually vulnerable, like we heard in the previous panel, because it can, of course, automatically produce that misinformation that, again, people can disseminate, or it can itself disseminate across social media platforms. Whereas benefits, I believe that it can help us in even providing, for example, certain questions or summaries on topics or events elsewhere in the world. However, I know that the biggest question is, are we going to be jobless because of AI? And the short answer to that is no. AI is not, first of all, even intelligent in a sense, because it is not sentient. It does not know of its existence, and it only can work based on the database of information that already exists. And who created that database? Us humans. And that's essentially how it's going to go in the future as well. But of course, to wrap up, I think that with more investment, with more education and knowledge on for example, ChatGPT, the new invention, which is not even that new, it has existed for some time now, we can actually build resilience, we can build awareness, and then know how to effectively employ that in our everyday lives.
Thank you very much, Armin. Jensen. Okay. How would you assess the strength of non-formal education? Do you think it's something that can compensate for everything that lacks in formal education?
Well, I do believe that non-formal or informal education are relevant tools to be utilized in order to compensate and also enrich the whole framework of teaching and transmitting knowledge, blended knowledge. I see it as part of a blended knowledge production, and it's very relevant. We use it a lot at Roma Veritas Albania, and I've seen also in other NGOs, and it helps a lot because it doesn't give that feeling that we students or youth or participants are obliged to stick to the framework of performing well and reproducing the knowledge acquired by books, but it gives them a sense also of ownership and also creativity. So I think it's a very relevant tool to be utilized. And I would also like to add something about the ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, if I may. Before coming here, I had a splendid speech, which was not created by me, but by ChatGPT, and I was amazed by the way of writing. And maybe it's not for the moment a sentiment, but it will soon be. So it should go hand by hand with ethics. So humans should also learn and vest into themselves the ethics while using also ChatGPT and artificial intelligence.
I just realized that all of your questions were probably written by ChatGPT.
No, actually, you can check it.
Okay.
Notebook, so.
Okay, thank you for this insight as well. Georgia, quick question. Do you have any specific methods that work well with young people when teaching about MIL?
I have two examples, but I would like to share with you a more interesting one. Some 10, 12 years ago, when I was teaching assistant, I was at a course named Nautical Tourism. I was assistant, and my obligations were to teach them some boring things about nautics, about cruises, about cruise companies, a lot of information, a lot of geography, a lot of divisions. So I realized that those 20 students that were at the course, they were so bored with those numbers. And then I just lacked out of material, resources, what to teach. And then I realized so it's nautical tourism. So then I made one quick lecture regarding yachts and boats of famous people from the region. So it was like 30 yachts or boats. So it's half an hour of lecturing. And so it was actors, models, business people, singers, sportsmen, everything, and their yachts. So within that presentation of their yachts and those persons that they knew very well because they're young people, I just said, okay, this boat goes 35 knots. Do you know how many kilometers per hour is that? And then within that, or this yacht is registered in Monaco or some other country. Do you know why? Because taxes are lower. And so it was half non-formal education because I was lecturing from curricula, but they somehow got the information, and it was really interesting lecture. And they said, "Oh, this is one of the most interesting lectures that I ever had at this faculty." Okay, these are the students of tourism. And after that, they had pre-exam tests, and they had 10 questions, and I gave them 2 questions from that lecture. Well, the first lecture was, who of the famous people from the region has the biggest boat? And the other one, who gave the name of his or her boat according to his or her mother? And all 20 students were correct with those questions. You know who named boats after his mother? Novak Djokovic, Diana. So, okay. So maybe it is not, we are yesterday and today, we're always discussing about young people and students and how they are changing and how to reflect their critical thinking. But I think that also we have to change because there is some micro evolution going on within heads of young people. And I think that we should also change maybe our way, how we lecture, our methodology, our pedagogy should in somehow moderate and also amend towards these young people. So not only to change them or to give them something, but also we learn and we to be trained to be trainers.
Thank you very much, Georgia. And Hassan, please, very shortly, your remarks on artificial intelligence and its connection to all of what we spoke about.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking to him. Could you rephrase the question?
Hello. Hi, good evening. Yes, my question was your remarks on your ideas on artificial intelligence and the way it will affect MIL.
Okay, first, I kindly would like to say something like, with my all due respect to you, Professor, I think we have to question who owns the knowledge. That's why, like, I mean, before ChatGPT, as a student, we have to go to the libraries. Then we combine that with some sort of knowledge from Wikipedia. And if we hand out that paper as like my own homework, still it is not. Now, if ChatGPT is cheating, this one was cheating, but takes longer time. So I may kindly suggest a book. Maybe you all read that, but like still like an artist, it would give different perspectives on who owns the knowledge and why we all have to, like, not have to, but we can create something, we can write something, we can offer something to others. And in terms of like connecting this to artificial intelligence, I think it makes these processes easier. That's it. Thank you. I guess this was the last question of today's conference. So I don't want to keep it long.
Okay, thank you. But no, this was not the last question because there will be questions from the audience.
He is here, so I don't.
Amazing. Can we have the microphone, please? Thank you. Thank you for the question.
First of all, thank you so much. Thank you all. It was a really enlightening panel. Thank you, all of you. And if it's okay, I have a question for Armin. Okay. I would like to, so we talked too little about the algorithmic literacy, which is an umbrella term for media and information literacy and a set of skills that required, technological background. So what do you think that, what is the situation with the algorithmic literacy of the region? Have you got any ideas of that? Do people know about this kind of stuff, or they're good with the technology, they can communicate with it? But machine to human or human to machine interaction, the dimensions of this situation. I just wanted to ask you about that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Without trying to overstep my competences here, I'm going to be very careful about what I say. This region is honestly lacking even when it comes to traditional literacy, let alone media literacy, and even these newer forms of literacies, such as research, such as algorithmic literacy, and so on. And my biggest fear with that is, do we even know, and a good question is to the people who created these algorithms, do they know how they work, how they function? A lot of the times you will receive answers from them that will say, well, we fed them some code, and then that code is something that, because people switched in the company, these new people don't know really well. So algorithms are very powerful, but honestly at the same time can be very scary. When you think about the fact that they are the ones which feed us content and they essentially determine what we're going to watch, then it is a very, honestly, almost a dystopian version of reality. And it's down to us to try to be aware of what's happening, of the fact that an algorithm, a bot, a machine, is recommending us with content, and then we have to make decisions whether we want to consume it or not. I think that this discussion ties into mental health and also attention deficiency disorders because of algorithms and the fact that it can get really addictive really fast. I would definitely like to personally learn more about that and encourage everyone else to do the same. So thank you once again. I hope I answered.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer. I think we're out of time, are we? Yes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Do you want to ask a question? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you to all of our panelists from this panel. I could, even though this is, I don't know which hour of the conference, but I could truly listen even longer to you guys. And girls, because I really think you have to offer specific and smart insights from your perspectives. So thank you, and please an applause. Someone strong is ringing, yes. You know what I'm about to say. Yes, please. Just a couple more minutes of your attention, please. Do not take your bag, leave your bag. Okay. We will stay together for a couple more minutes just to hear some closing remarks that will be delivered to us by Mr. Siniša Šešum, who is the head of UNESCO in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
So you're clapping because we have first of all, I believe the feedback that I heard, you had 2 very intensive days, and I wish really to thank all of you for the engagement, for the commitment, because we learned a lot of things. As we announced yesterday, this is a final conference of this phase of the project, but we are very soon, starting with the new phase of the project, with the new project, and we will surely, the use what we have listened, over the last two days. I'm really sorry for not being able to be here with you at all the time, but we have 3 parallel events ongoing, so I don't know where to get. What is very, very important for us that, I'm pretty sure that all presentation and debates, on the achievement of the project activities as well as the state of play of challenges of MIL in formal and informal education in the region will contribute to enable the long-term integration of MIL in our education systems and outside schools across the region. I think this is extremely, extremely important. Your contribution recommendations, as I already said, will be essential to UNESCO, for UNESCO to continue support to promote MIL in formal and non-formal education in Southeastern Europe in next years. As I said yesterday, today's digital world marked by dissemination and disinformation and online harmful content, MIL is essential for our societies. In meantime, our action on MIL regulation, our action on MIL must be supported at the top of the information chain by complementary actions, notably to the regulation of digital platform and online media through right-based approach that contribute to tackle disinformation, hate speech, and harmful content online. European Commission adopted in 2022 with the aim at ensuring fairness, trust, and safety in the digital environment, the Digital Service Act, and we really hope that we will all be able to contribute to its implementation. MIL is really important topic. I'm telling you so because last 3 days I'm following, global consultations on the new UNESCO program, which is entitled Culture and Arts Education. MIL is mentioned every day at least 20 times. So it's really relevant. It's not only for young people, it's also to enhance the competencies of the teachers, but also to draw attention to policymakers that they should not ignore this important fact. So at the end, let me also thank to Hannah, for really effective and great, work over the last 2 days. Because she definitely contributing to the quality of our events, enhance the quality of our events. And at the end, I wish to thank you once more all for really, the deep dive into the issue and for your commitment over the last 2 days. And I wish you, safe travel home. Thank you.